Hello everyone, we're getting started in just a second. Blaze Rage, Sarah, Wolfman, Bias, Kurisutina, Polycord, C5, Renegade, Antagonist, PTM, Slayer. Thank you for the sub, guest. If you want to let me know what that goes towards, please do so. Thank you again. And, Suspect Spine, how are you? And Diego, and Exotic, and Gord. How's it going, guys? Dark Kebabs. We'll be starting in just a second. Hold on, I need to get rid of this. How's it going, everyone? That should be gone, that should be gone, that should be gone. There we go. Hey, Suspect, so, yeah, when it comes to the ranking, we're at, 30. We're at 30. So, yeah, it's been lots of fun. The Antagonist list is not done. Nope, we're at number 30. I have the stream and my notes open. They're all over the place. I wrote so many quotes. Oh, no. No, that's very good. I'm glad. Because, like, well, okay, well, first of all, I guess, welcome. Welcome, everyone, to the first Hunter x Hunter weekly stream discussion series thing. Davinator, how are you? Oh, ranking. Oh, I saw you meant ranking of kings. I'm on episode 9, so episode 10 now. Breath of the Wild playthrough. Sounds good. Sounds good. Thank you again, Blaze Rage. And yeah, guess let me know whenever you know where yours goes to. This will be every Wednesday. Yep. This will be every Wednesday. Let me just quickly put that towards Breath of the Wild. Actually, that'll be 2. Perfect. So yeah, the plan for this is basically, every Wednesday we're gonna have one of these streams. Every Wednesday we're gonna be discussing, ideally an arc, but maybe smaller, like a smaller amount of episodes than that. This is primarily for the anime, and then once we reach the end of the anime, we'll be continuing with the manga. I'll be rereading the manga. For anyone who doesn't know, I'm rewatching the whole series. So this goes hand in hand with that. As right now I'm in the middle of Greed Island. So yeah, I'm quite a bit ahead, but still got it fresh in my mind. Still got lots of things to talk about, but this is going to function very similarly to my Attack on Titan streams. And what that means essentially is that I can only go so far with what I talk about, right? A lot of it also has to do with you guys sharing your thoughts if you want to, or commenting on what I say, or just generally saying whatever you want to say. And I would really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. It would like this stream series won't be nearly as long as it would be if you guys, or as it could be if you guys don't contribute. Obviously, no pressure, but I'm just saying, personally, I love when you guys share your opinions, your insights. It helps me further appreciate my connection to the stories. And so I'm down for that. I'm 100% down. feel free, just to let you know. But yeah, so that's the plan. The plan for right now is an arc a week. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. If we have to go slower than that, that's fine. That's fine. Totally fine with me. This is too sad for this one. Yeah. Are we encouraged? Oh yeah. So with regards to spoilers, what I want to do here is because I know there's going to be at least a couple people in chat who are actually watching for the first time. What we'll do for spoilers is, for example, if there's something that happens with Gon's character that is foreshadowing to something later on, just vaguely allude to it. Just say like, yeah, so when Gon acts this way, this will be a precursor to his relationship with Killua down the line, or his character down the line. But don't say specifics, explicit specifics. We'll get into everything, but don't say something like a huge character death or something like that, you know? Suspect's mine, I wouldn't pay attention to any of that. Yeah, so we'll see how quickly, how much we can do per stream. And we'll see how far we get. And no rush, of course. We want to soak everything that we can out of this. But yeah, any general questions about... Any other general questions? How many times have you seen it? This is probably my 5th rewatch in total, but I've seen the arcs many more times than that individually. You got it. You got it, guest. Thank you again. And I couldn't have said it better, Angra, or Shadow. This will be 91.5. Okay, so yeah, any last questions before we get started properly? Like I said, you can talk about, Software, like I said, you can talk about this is going to be important for this arc. You can say this will be important for Greed Island, this will be important for Election, whatever. You can say this will be important for their relationship down the line, this is very important for Gon's character, stuff like that. But don't explicitly say, you know, if it refers to something explicit, please don't say super specifics until we get there. Again, very similar to the Attack on Titan streams, how we talked about spoilers in there. We will discuss... Oh, and good question. We will discuss Kite in... You know what? What do you guys think? Should we discuss Kite today or in... Well, obviously we're going to talk about him in Chimera Ant, but the big cut, should we talk about it today or then? I'm down either way. It doesn't really matter to me. Yeah, okay. I think so as well. Holy shit. Holy shit. Okay. Thank you so much for gifting six tier 1 subs, guest. What do you want to give those towards? Thank you so much. Hope you continue to enjoy these streams. Okay, so yeah, we'll talk about the kite inclusion right now. And positives, sorry, the kite cut. Positives, negatives, etc. What you guys think about it? Got it. I think that might fund it. 6? Oh no, that's almost... it's almost funded now. There we go. Okay, so... yes, let's get into it, yeah? Let me pick a good song to start this off on. Oh my goodness, thank you again for the sub, whoever that was. Sorry, let me just get that. Lots of housekeeping here. Guess you wanted to finish it off, huh? Okay, so there we go. 100%. Thank you again, guest. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, like always. Thank you so much. And yeah, we're completed. There we go. The Hunter exam goal is completed. Okay. So... That's super loud. I had to go on YouTube for that one. Okay, so what everyone's talking about here, the first thing to get out of the way is that in the anime, in the 2011 anime, exactly guessed. In the 2011 anime, we start off, straight into Gone on Whale Island, present time, fishing for the kingfish, whatever it's called. And then we just continue directly from there. Pretty standard, pretty traditional front-loaded storytelling. Not much of a difference. Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you so much. Let me know if you want to put that towards something. So yeah, that's how it starts off in the 2011 anime. Thank you for the follow, Hacksaw. Thank you for the resub, Celix. Both of you, please let me know if you want that to go towards something, and thank you very much. And then, so that's how it is in the 2011 anime. In the manga, however, we start off, like, directly with, if I could just show it here. We start off at the same spot, but we very quickly get a flashback to Gon in his childhood, being saved by Kite from a bear fox, or whatever those things are called, right? Fox bear. This introduces the series into a much more gradual tone, not as light, a bit darker, a bit rougher around the edges, a bit scarier. Well, not scarier, but a bit darker. And essentially introduces Kite as a character, introduces a lot of the nuances of their relationship and the dangers of the world, the setting at large, and all of that. So that was cut out of the 2011 anime. I'll get into the opinions in just a second, but now the reason I assume this was done was to a lot of the 2011 anime, in terms of its identity, comes through a lot of the tonal shifts. There are very drastic tonal shifts throughout the entire thing. It swings very seamlessly. It flows very well from light to dark a lot of the time. And a lot of that is in its thematic identity, stylistic identity, and it has drastic swings. Aesthetically, tonally, thematically, etc. And I think they wanted to communicate that through aesthetics, through starting off with a more light vibe. If I had to guess at the reasoning behind that cut. So now, thank you again. Thank you for the resub, Davinator. Thank you for the resub, Davinator. Thank you very much. Let me know if you want that to go towards something. So now, I guess, over to you guys. What do you think about that? You guys, I'm sure I've already said it. I've just been talking. What do you think about the cut? Sarah says that don't really have strong negative feelings towards it. I think the manga is the way to go for the cut, I suppose. I guess that's what you're saying. But I love the 2011 adaptation, and I wouldn't necessarily say that it's a bad or horrible call. A bit unfortunate for sure since he jumpstarts Gon's journey, but I still think it ties together well. I basically more or less entirely agree with that. I don't think it changes much in terms of I think it's good in just terms of making the story feel more complete and holistic with regards to that specific plot point. I don't think that it changes anything though about things down the line. It was beneficial to the story. Yeah, in 1999 they do this for sure. Zoldyck goal for Sarah, perfect. Yeah, I agree, Shadow. Shadow says it was probably a deliberate stylistic choice because they wanted to start in a particular tone. Yeah, that's essentially what I said as well. I totally agree. I'll let you pick what the sub goes towards. Perfect. Okay, thank you, Celix. I'll put both of them towards the Zoldyck then. Zoldyck family video. Thank you, Sarah and Celix again. Hey, Holy Potato. I think it was a decent idea to give the viewer a bit of a tonal whiplash with regards to how dark it gets compared to how cheery it starts. Yeah, that very drastic swing that's so crucial to its tonal identity, right? I think the cut is bad because it made me confused as to why Gong cared so much. Felt artificial. That's what I don't really understand. Why does it feel artificial to you? Because I mean, it's established. It's established. The relationship, everything there's established later on. The one thing that we don't get is familiarity with him from the beginning. So did it feel ingenuine in the way it went to a backstory? C5. Because for me, it doesn't change anything about the nature of their relationship. I personally understand the idea, but the payoff long term makes me lean towards the manga's version much more. I agree. Personally, like, just to be clear, I prefer how it was done in the manga, but I wouldn't change it in the anime, if that makes sense. The 2011 anime. Because of what it does in that way. I do think it was done better in the manga for the whole story. But, yeah. I still maintain the opinion that while Kite being there is better, the emotions associated with that development are still there. I totally agree, yeah. I don't think that changes anything there. In terms of the emotions, I agree. How's it going, Elijah? Okay, let's go back to this. Go back to this. Actually, no, we should stay here while we continue talking about Kite. I'd agree that it's also because of the tone. I also believe it's because Kite wouldn't be introduced until much later. I watched the first episode and continue with 2011, and I'd say the best way to go since you get to the... Yeah. That's interesting. That's interesting. It's definitely a decent way to go. Yeah, I totally agree. Again, we're not going to get super into those feelings, the relationship with Kite, because that's Chimera Ant material, but I totally agree with what Shadow's saying in that the feelings there are entirely justified. A lot of people complain about Gon's strong feelings and how his actions don't make sense later on, but I haven't had that feeling at all while watching it. Me too. I think that while it, doubles back to do all that, I still think it establishes the relationship as genuine, authentic, natural. I mean, you get it. In my opinion, you get it. In terms of the viewer knowing who Kite is, yeah, we connect less with him naturally because of that cut. I think it takes away from the beginning of Gon's journey and the notion of being strong enough to reach Ging. Yeah, I agree with that. I do agree with that. Yep, I agree with what Safwa says there. Some may not have even some may even have forgotten him in the manga. That's why I don't really care that he was cut in the anime. It would be a different story if we saw Kite some more. Gon caring about Kite is more reliant on how much he cares about meeting his dad to me, and Gon was the type of person to care about a serial killer if he was useful to him. Yeah, yep. It felt forced that they introduced Kite like that in Chimera Ant, and they had to fit in a flashback to give bigger emotional stakes, even though I don't really feel like that's what Togashi would have intended. Interesting. Okay, I gotcha. It just feels a little unnatural. Bit clunky. Only a volume in right now? Oh, sounds good, Andres. Where does the volume end, actually? Okay, yeah, we're gonna get past that for sure. The first volume only covers the first handful of episodes, so I think we'll get past that. It just makes the later arc feel awkward. His spark and influence seems weird to be flashback. Yeah, I get all that. And yeah, I do agree. I do agree it's clunkier, it's less established, it's less holistic, it's less natural. So yeah, that's why I prefer the manga. But at the same time, for reasons we discussed earlier, wouldn't really change it at the same time. Because, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I agree. With basically all of that Killua freaks. Except for, I think the first episode is stronger because of that in 99. But rather than the whole earlier part of the story. But yeah, everything else I agree with. Sounds good, Andres. Hope you enjoyed the VODs. I will say I think it would have been better if they adapted the reunion the way it was in the manga and added the flashback the way it was without some of the awkwardness that comes from the anime original take on it.
Chaos.
uh... Thank you very much for the 75 gift subs, Davinator. You are insane. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. I don't know what I've done to deserve that. Thank you so much, though. Thank you. Thank you so much, Davinator. That's insanely generous. Thank you so much. Wow. That is, I don't know how to react to that. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be putting these VODs on YouTube, yeah. Let me know what those 75 subs go towards. Okay, hold on. So Sarah, with regards to what to delete, just anything explicit, anything that talks about the specific nature of what Kite did for Gon, what happens with their relationship later on, anything outright stated like that. Yeah, basically that. Because there are people who watch the VOD, and I know there might be people lurking. I know for a fact there are people watching who are watching it for the first time right now. So even if they don't talk in chat, just assume that they are, if you could. Thank you very much. And Davinator, I don't know what to say. Yeah. Uh, where does that go towards my friend? um, if anything, if anything. Okay, so let me just continue while we catch up there. So yeah, I think. I think. Is there anything else anyone wants to say about that part of the story, that cut? From what I'm seeing from a lot of the responses, it seems like it makes the later things, the later stuff, a bit less natural, a bit clunky, a bit, it feels tacked on a bit on, yeah, like I said, unnatural. But most, it seems like a lot of people understand why it's there tonally, which I get. I think it loses some in the process, but at the same time, we have both versions, 3 versions of the story actually, 3 great versions, and I wouldn't change anything with regards to that. I've grown to love the dangerous and mysterious tone that 2011 has for the reunion, because of how consistent it is. Yeah, I do agree with that as well. I wanted to go to the ending of Hunter x Hunter video. That's been funded for a long time, Davinator. Yeah, that's... Yeah, anything else? Yeah, I agree, and I don't think it takes away from the relationship, but yeah, holistically, looking at it from a broader perspective, I do agree that the manga is the manga's the way to go in terms of the whole story. It's also Togashi's original vision, right? And yeah, this song hits. We'll talk about this later on. But okay, yeah. So I think that's about it, yeah? Yes, this is a Hypeland Hunter x Hunter shirt. Okay, so let's get into the series. Again, primarily the anime, but we will be making some references here and there to the manga for some changes that are can be attention can be drawn to. Okay, so let's go on, yeah? This is where we start off. I'm also wearing a Hunter x Hunter shirt and sweatpants both from Hypeland. Yeah, super good. I am dressed for the occasion. Perfect. Oops. Let's see if I can find a playlist here. Introducing our Okay. We are discussing the peak is the peak fiction. Okay, so, yeah, we start off here, episode 1. Like I said, we go straight to Gon in the midst of, hunting for the kingfish, or whatever it's called. Bloodborne video. Sounds good, David Nader, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll let you know if that's too much for it. But thank you so much. That is incredible. That is insane. Yeah, one of the best where do I even start with episode 1? One of the best first episodes in anime. But from what I've seen, I might be biased. Instantly got me hooked, so that's saying something. Actually, sorry, before we get straight into episode 1, let me just talk about the Hunter exam in general. Just some general notes about it that I just want to put out there. So the Hunter exam, obviously introductory arc. I think in large part, like most introductory arcs do, it is primarily establishment, tonal establishment, that tipsy-turvy, drastic tonal shift thing that I was talking about. It very much establishes that, and through it establishes the dangers and volatility of this world. And a theme I get here while I was rewatching, that I got through Arcane as well, interestingly enough, a recent show I watched, a bit of an overlap, is the dual-sided nature, the double-edged nature of discovery, of adventure. Primarily told through Gon, a character who is very pure, but as I've said so many times, purity manifests in dark and very light ways. So the Hunter exam, in a lot of ways, it establishes the characters, it establishes the setting is very dangerous, it does characterization extremely well, as we're going to talk about in a bit, establishes the tone, the premise, everything. In terms of themes, though, it really, as a hook, gives you the idea of this world being so dangerous for everyone inhabiting it, particularly for anyone who has endeavors like Gon, or any of his friends, Kurapika, even Leorio, even Killua to an extent. And yeah, like, who better to examine this double-edged nature of discovery and adventure and going out there and seeing these things than Gon, someone who is purity incarnate, right? Are you gonna post more vids on this on your channel? Do you mean analysis videos on Hunter x Hunter? In which case, Mandem, yeah, we had one funded a while ago. So yeah, I love everything this arc established. It brings in the light tone so it can drastically swing it later on, and yeah, it's a great hook. It's a great hook. I wouldn't say that my favorite part of the Hunter exam is how it establishes the complexity of the conflict resolution in the series. Yeah, we'll get to some of those resolutions later on, but it resolves them in ways that are subversive in terms of the way you traditionally think of storytelling, but completely natural with regards to the characters and situations that are established, which is an interesting little interplay of those two aspects. Because it's unpredictable, yet at the same time, it's only really unpredictable because of the ways in which... Because we're not intimately familiar with what the story's trying to do yet, with how it presents the plot, with how characters' trajectories go in, right? I feel like Gon is a self-insert for the audience as because of his upbringing, he is unfamiliar with this world despite being a part of it. Yeah, to some degree, for sure. Hey, Spirit Noodle, it's going really well. The double-edged nature plays into what it means to be a hunter, understanding the light and dark and what path these people might take, will take, and what hunter society really entails. Yeah, it's very important for Gon as a character, for the story as a whole, but also through that world building and setting building, through helping us understand what this association, what this industry, well, not industry, but this profession, quote unquote, is really about. Like, even in the first episode, it's the first idea of the main character starting their adventure with a fight against a monster or bully. Yeah, it's man versus, I guess, nature, in a way. I think something interesting with Hunter x Hunter is after reading the first volume is Togashi doesn't really spend much time trying to sell you on the world or concept. It just goes. Even Gon's main shonen goal is shown to be this kind of lofty ideal. Yeah, it's a level of confidence, right? It's like Togashi just doesn't really. It's like, here we are. This is Gon. This is his life. This is his ambitions. These are these characters. Let's go. You know, it's very mundane in that way, almost very natural. It doesn't front load it to a large degree. It's just, here we are. Let's go. And there's a great amount of confidence with regards to that approach, I think. He just knows that all this is interesting enough to have us hooked on this ride. Yeah, exactly, Joel, but I think we'll talk more about that in the Heaven's Arena stream. But yeah, totally, definitely. You could argue Hunter x Hunter could be seen as low fantasy, but later arcs show it's high fantasy? Interesting. Not sure if I agree. High fantasy. I think that also has to do with a lot of the tone more so than the subject matter. A mixture of two. I don't know. I'd have to think about if I agree with that. While Hunter x Hunter is somewhat consistently dark, I love that Togashi does a somewhat fun, cheerful arc, then goes on to full depression after that, and then back to cheerful. Yeah. Something I've talked about before is, again, playing into that topsy-turvy feel on a grander scale. Thank you for the follow, Momar. He does this thing where you go from a light arc, then it gets to darker, then it goes kind of to light again, then it goes to darker, kind of ramping up a little bit as we go along. It keeps things fresh, it keeps things exciting, with a very clear trajectory at the same time. A living and breathing world, exactly. He does just ooze confidence. I totally agree, Shadow, yeah. Okay, so let's properly get into it, right? After almost 40 minutes into the first episode. Sarah said that the first episode for her was 10 out of 10, like one of her favorites. I wouldn't go that far, for me personally. I think it's very good. I think it's very solid. I think it lends some very interesting subtextual character work, great establishment. But for me, it's not one of my favorite first anime episodes or anything, despite how much I deeply enjoy it, and it does make me emotional, but yeah. So yeah, actually, one sec. I'm not sure I've seen a 10 out of 10 first episode of anything. I've seen plenty. But yeah, you know, Gon's doing his thing, and he catches the, I keep forgetting what it's called, whatever, the kingfish, whatever it's called, the king. He catches it. And so what this establishes right away is that there was a promise between him and Mito that if he were to catch it, he'd be able to set off on his journey to follow his father, Ging, who left when he was very young, and he wants to discover all that there is to know about Ging and why being a hunter is so great, and essentially all that. He, you know, that curious, wide-eyed, bushy-tailed nature of Gon's. it's established right away, and yeah, that's in the first couple of minutes. That's shown right away. Um, yeah, so the bottom part is the actual episode. I'm skipping through it a little bit just to make sure I don't forget little bits and pieces. Whoops. What I like really early on is that they show off a lot of Whale Island just through bits of establishing shots, but it shows the nature of the place. There's fisheries in the port. There's fruit stalls and all that sort. It's that sort of industry, that sort of island. One would say kind of secluded a little bit, a little detached and off to the side of the world, to the edge of the world. It seems like that's the feel you get, but at the same time, very worldly. These people know how to live in rough terrain. They make do with what they have, right? 12 being the age that one can take the hunter exam is a great way to establish how cold and uncaring the world is. That the kids are essentially treated as adults in this world. Yeah. Yeah, 12 being the entry age. That is exceedingly young. Exceedingly young. The starting village in an RPG, that's a great way to put it. So as well as Gon, Gon catches it, but at the same time we have these little interspersing bits going between Mito and... this song is not appropriate. This song is not emotional enough. Between Mito and Gon. And we see Mito feeling, hesitant. You don't get too good a vision in the manga just for comparison. Yeah. Plus one / plus minus 1 point for the Hunter x Hunter anime. It flits in between Mito thinking about what Gon's journey will be like with a heavy heart, and to him doing what he's doing, actually carrying out his wishes. And yeah, he eventually catches it, like I said. The Lord is what they call it. And so as promised, he's gonna become a hunter. How did you first get to know Hunter x Hunter? I have no idea. I don't remember. But yeah, and then we get into a lot of these ideas, this exploratory nature of his, this need to go out there and understand the world, must be in the blood, must be in Ging's blood, must be part of the family, etc. And what I love about all of this is that Gon is getting ready to set off. This does great establishment for Mito. Through a lot of the voice work, a lot of the expressions, we see the type of person she is and the type of wonderful mother figure she is. She's deeply caring of Gon and doesn't want him to, I'm sure there's an element of not wanting him to leave because she loves him, but there's also just not wanting him to get hurt, not wanting him to turn out, essentially, do the things that Ging is doing, because those are dangerous horizons. Also, maybe a little bit of not wanting him to turn out like Ging. Because while they're kindred spirits in this nature of discovery, as it's said there, the implication is that they have a few personality differences that she kind of wants things to stay that way. Even at a young age, I think there's quite a bit of a difference between the Zoldyck family and the Hunter exam young age thing, in terms of, because the Hunter exam is an invitation. The Zoldyck family thing is genuinely grooming these young kids to do that, right? But yeah, there's a commonality there for sure, Wolfman, in that these kids are growing up fast in multiple different contexts, whether it be, abusive, otherwise, whether just exposing the danger of the world to them. Kids grow up fast in this setting. They make a lot of mention about blood, which I don't remember being a big theme in terms of Gon's exploration. I believe you can kind of follow the thematic thread into Killua, but does it linger a lot in Gon? Only subtextually, I'd say. Because they introduce the blood, it must be in the blood, and then Gon, it's a substantial part of Gon's character. I would say it's a substantial part of his personality, this need to explore, discovery, etc. But they don't go back to it a ton, if much at all. So I think it's just something they note at the beginning, and it's just a kind of thing you can draw attention to subtextually, but it's much more a thing with Killua, yeah. Mito, I wasn't hiding my son from the world, I was hiding the world from my son. A very warm person. I love how the series adheres yourself to Mito. You're risking your life every day, so you understand? No, I don't. I love this whole conversation they have before he leaves a lot. His innate curiosity and also insecurity is so palatable. More than anything, he wants to understand not only his father, but the world he set out for. Yeah, you'll be risking your life every day. Do you understand? I don't, and I want to. I understand the risks, or at least conceptually I understand the risks. I want to experience them. I want to go out and see what he saw, and the world's so big. The world is so big, and I don't want to be stuck in this corner of it, which is a theme that is there throughout, but established right away. Thank you for the follow, Skip. How's it going, Joshua? I am doing well. Hope you are as well. But yeah, Mito is established as a very warm, motherly person, and your heart definitely goes out to her. But something that's interesting is that in the manga, she straight up says that with regards to the nature of Ging, I want to see the outside world. Oh dear. With regards to the nature of Ging, Ging. She forcibly took Gon from Ging. This is stated in the manga. She said, no, you're not raising this boy. I will do it. Ging wanted to, essentially. And this is stated in Chapter 1. Initially, at least. He wanted to make an effort, but she backed him off from it. Which is not in the anime. Which is an interesting little tidbit there. For both Ging and for Mito. Which is pretty damn important. She backed him off. She said, you're not a suitable father. I will raise this child. Where am I? Okay, there. Yeah, absolutely. It shows how environment and circumstances shape people, totally. This is here from the beginning. That's a great point to bring up, because Hunter x Hunter, it explores the nuances of how environments can affect people, but it also does nature versus nurture in lots of interesting ways, as we'll explore later on in this arc, and then further arcs as well. Oh yeah, Quicksilver literally just said what I said. Yeah, Mito actually took custody away from Ging instead of Ging not wanting anything to do with him. Yep. I like this twist as it showed that even the most minute characters were going to have so many layers, and it made me fall in love with Togashi's writing immediately. Yeah, it's just a tidbit, right? It's just a couple of panels, couple of lines, but it adds layers to Mito and layers to Ging. Like, he had intentions, full intentions of, in the first place, trying to be a father for this child, but she took custody away from him. And then, what I hypothesize from that is that it must have been a rush of blood to the head. He must have not been thinking things through, because eventually, when his head was clear, he realized he is not suited to be a father. He is not suited to do it. But initially, he was wearing his heart on his sleeve and thinking with his heart more so than his head, which is very notable, I think. And then, of course, a whole new layer to Mito. We also see in Zaban City where Kurapika and Leorio are going on about Zaban City being shady and full of sneaky people, while Gon is excitedly looking at everything and taking it all in. Yes, absolutely, yep. I don't think I have shots from that Zaban City, but absolutely. Maybe she felt that Ging would corrupt Gon. Yep, very likely. Wherever you lie, whenever you lie, you never look me in the eye. Ooh, yeah, I love that. Ging was basically forced to choose between his passions and dreams and his son, when he originally wanted both, yes. Yep. Mito made the choice for him. Well, in a manner of speaking. Yeah, Jing's absence in Gon's childhood absolutely had huge ramifications, yep. Mito is 100% justified in doing so. I just love that someone as motherly and wholesome is capable of lying to Gon for his entire childhood. Oh yeah, it definitely justified. Don't get me wrong, for sure. But there's a layer of sort of pragmatism, of dishonesty there, that is, it adds something interesting to Mito. I don't think people give enough attention to Jing's insecurity over being Gon's father. Yeah, yeah. We'll touch on that later. It's very important. It's super important. It's like, it's key in, the Whale Island or intermission. It's key in election. It's key throughout the entire thing, and it remains an underlying but palpable element to their dynamic that's established through that little bit right in the beginning. Makes you think about how Ging would even raise Gon. Even if Mito didn't take him away, would Ging still have left him in the end? It's hard to say. I've always thought that Ging would probably eventually realize that he has to make a choice, like Shadow was saying there. And then I think he ultimately would have come to the same conclusion as Mito. But the fact that he didn't come to that conclusion right away, I think, is telling. One of my favorite quotes which Gon said, is what Mito always told him. If you want to know more about a person, yes, I'm so glad you brought that up, because I was going to bring that up too. If you want to find out more about a person, find out what it is they're angry about. Which I think rings true. It actually changed how I think as well. When it comes to understanding emotions and intentions, first episode in Hunter x Hunter already teaching me life lessons. That's so important. If you want to know more about a person, find out what it is they're angry about. Like, find out what it is that makes them angry. That echoes throughout the entire series, all the way to Chimera Ant, all the way to arguably post-anime stuff. That is such a key line, and Gon uses it in this episode as well. If he really wanted custody, he probably would have done something about it in his high hunter status. It feels like he just understood he's not fit to take care of him due to Mito's actions. Yeah, like I said, I think it was him being hard over head in a moment and not really thinking things through. Ging would have accidentally dropped Gon from on top of a dragon. Also, maybe Mito really wanted Ging to stay, since she says he abandoned Gon when she made that ultimatum. Maybe hoping that if she forbid Ging from bringing Gon on his dangerous adventures, it might give him a reason to return home too. That's a great point too. Like Critty says there, maybe because we're jumping ahead a little bit, but this isn't a huge spoiler or anything. We learn that their connection was. There were lots of positive aspects to their connection. There was a special nature there's a special element to Mito and Jing's relationship and connection. So I do think it's very possible that she was doing that as an ultimatum, like Critty says there, to try and force his hand to stay home. And then when he went the other way, that could have been disappointing. Like, him not insisting on committing to being this child's father would have been the final nail in the coffin, essentially, for her. That's really cool. That's a great way of looking at it. Hunter x Hunter actually has a lot of those small moments I feel are kind of typical of shonen. Like, these moments of profound or deliberately noted ideologies, like whenever you look me in the eye, all good hunters get along with animals. Being a hunter isn't for a weakling. Yeah, definitely. People like to talk about deconstructionist elements of the series, but there are the bindings, the little moments, the identity of it is in playing into those tropes and ideas, or ideas that are not even necessarily tropes, but reminiscent of shonen stuff, and reconstructing the deconstructionist stuff to find its identity and heart in something that's very classically shonen. And that's there through those little touches. Mito not being fully honest with Gon establishes that adults in Gon's life are not perfect. These people are far from the perfect role models for Gon, and that plays into his arc throughout. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, you can't really deconstruct something without understanding it first, and Togashi does with the whole process of Hunter x Hunter. Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, okay, so we move on in the first episode to their goodbye. Very sweet. Obviously, me being as connected with the series as I am, this would emotionally affect me more than people watching it for the first time. But this made me tear up. It made me tear up. To me, it's a great little moment, and it's just great establishment for Mito. People talk about minor characters with lots of presence or very, very potent minor characters with not much screen time. For me, Mito's up there for sure, without a doubt. So yeah, they say goodbye, and off he goes, right? So we skip a little bit with these screenshots, but yeah, Gon takes off on this adventure, goes on this ship, and we get introduced to the fact that he can sense nature's elements. He can just intuitively understand a storm's coming on this ship. He can understand, the nature of certain people, animals, everything. So that's rather important, established through this. Hunter x Hunter is Togashi's playground made of his favorite type of sand. That's a great way of putting it. I like putting it. I like how you put it in that way. I figure since if Mito didn't contend for custody, then Ging wouldn't have abandoned him, but to her, it was an absolute necessity that Gon must stay on the island and be given a happy childhood, and Ging could have been a part of that, but chose not to, which makes me think that that if she gave Ging no other choice but to move back home, that he would, but he didn't. Yeah. It's like, who are you? Like, who are you, Ging freaks? This is what it is. This or that, your son or your ambitions and the way you want to live life at this moment. Like, you're gonna have to make a choice. And we all know what he did. Yeah, I agree, Antagonist. Extreme resolve it through Gon. There is something I want. Yeah. And it's not this. And then, yes, we will get into the Kurapika line here in a second. I need to move this little cut. 37 is 37 is one of my favorite episodes of all time, too. I get so emotional at that, and it's so encapsulative of the entire series. But yeah, we'll get there for sure. Future stream, but oh man. Whoops. And then, to skip ahead a little bit, there are 3 people who are most notably have the potential to become a hunter on this boat. Leorio, Gon, and Kurapika. I was talking about this one, Sarah. Let me just get rid of this in a second. And then so, personalities are established right off the bat really well, just through their overall demeanor. But then the captain right away adds the idea, brings forth the idea, why do you guys want to become hunters? What are you searching for? Easy way to exposit motivations. And then Leorio, I don't have a screen cap for it, but yeah, like it's revealed the hunter exam. This is the first phase, essentially, first unofficial phase of the hunter exam. They're the only ones who have a chance of passing it. And then, so what are your motivations? Why are you guys here? Kurapika is the first one to answer here. I love when Kurapika tries to debate with Leorio's worldview, like, well, money can't buy you happiness or whatever. And he's like, heck yeah, it can. Yeah, those lines are so great when you understand, like, the second time around, basically. When you understand who Leorio is and where that's coming from. It's such a great subversion. Leorio is such an amazing character through how he's presented in the first few episodes. Holistically as well. He does tons of things, but I love what they do with Leorio, what Togashi does with Leorio in the first few episodes. And Keiji Fujiwara, rest in peace, but captures that so beautifully through the voice work. All of them do. Hunter x Hunter is one of the best voiced, 2011 primarily, is one of the best voiced anime I've ever heard / watched. Hunter x Hunter episode tier list at the end of the series? Sure, yeah, sure. And character tier list? For sure. Yeah, we can do both of those. Really cool that it's shown so early that he can understand, yeah. He can understand animals so well, but how much he struggles to understand humans, especially later on. Yeah. I always found the fact that Leorio is able to make it kind of interesting, but Togashi spends a lot of time just like reasoning how he was able to make it. Yeah, the logistics. Togashi does not skimp out on the logistics for sure. Okay, so let me just get rid of this little thing. And then here's the quote, right? I do not fear death. One of the rawest lines in anything. I do not fear death. I fear only that my rage will fade over time. It kind of speaks for itself. That is just all you need to know about him at this point in time. What the hell? Not fearing death, fearing that your rage and lust for revenge will fade after learning what happened to the clan. Kurapika is a character who has self-imposed these chains on himself. He's bound himself to this obligation to appease the souls of people who, you know, you can reason out that would they even want this for him in the first place? Thank you for the follow, Poor Man's Rose. But nonetheless, the conviction is totally unyielding, and it gets across so well through this. Kurapika mentioning how he wants to capture the troop and how he explicitly always uses that word. Though revenge in a murderous fashion is implied, he never actually outright states that. Trick Tower also says that he never thought whether or not murder is frightening. He's rather nonchalant about it, but clearly he has reservations about it that he doesn't want to get into and is later faced with. Yeah. Yeah, it's never outright stated. It's just it's about his rage more so than the specifics of how that manifests. Yeah, I'll be using Critty's template for the episode tier list. And it's one of the rawest lines, and it's episode 1. Kurapika and Leori's argument kind of has more to it on Kurapika's side, given how much he needs resources to fund his revenge. It's like he needs money to go deeper into the stuff that makes him unhappy. Yeah, that's a great way to put it. That's really interesting, Antagonist. It doesn't grant you happiness. In fact, it kind of grants me unhappiness, is the subtext there. That's cool. A bit over the top on edginess for my taste. Oh, I couldn't disagree more. This is the perfect amount of edginess for me. And especially if you look at how Kurapika was drawn in Chapter 1, he had no right to drop this line so early. Yeah, some of the art for Kurapika in Chapter 1 is a little rough. Yeah, it's a fantastic line. I don't think man, I've never thought of it as cheesy or overly edgy. But I mean, I guess, I don't know. To me, it's one of my favorite lines. It's amazing. For him, losing his identity as an Avenger is even more of a death than an actual death. Yeah. Hi, Alec. Did you mean dub or sub being a great voiceover? Sub. Japanese voices. We are not ranking episodes. Well, not now. We will at the end. When do you feel is an appropriate time to read the Kurapika backstory chapters? I think after the Whale Island episodes or chapters, and before York knew. That's where I've always thought it's a great spot. I love how in the manga you can see Leorio being the first one to stop his fight with Kurapika to save Katsuo. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. Again, I was rewatching, so there are parts of the manga that no doubt went over my head, or that I'm not remembering, but I'll draw attention to it when I can. But yeah, and then so Kurapika says that, and then he says, you can't buy class with money, Leorio, as we have right on screen there. Why do you want to become a hunter, Leorio? Because money can get you everything. Good liquor, etc., whatever. You can't buy class with money. And then what I like here is that he says, you can't buy class with money, Leorio, and he gets upset at that. And he takes it as a personal insult that he's insulted his motivations 3 times now, despite not giving more insight into those motivations. And then he says something... Leorio says something here that's quite awful. Like, good God, look at the line on screen right now. I'll end the filthy Kurtza bloodline here and now. That is, that's something he said in the moment, but... And then, yep, exactly what Critty's saying here. Take that back. Take that back. You better take it back right now. That's Leorio's son. He was super out of pocket. But what I like about this is that it lends insight into the idea of Leorio being like super impulsive. He can go over, like he can do things that kind of lend an inaccurate impression with regards to the person he is at heart, because he's just super impulsive, super extreme in a lot of ways. This is the first indication of that. For a guy who wants to become a doctor and save lives, he sure does not hesitate to make killing threats. Yeah. But I love that flawed and rough around the edges nature to him. And then here we get to the line that Sarah was alluding to. If you want to get to know someone, you need to make an effort to learn why they're angry. Yeah, that's such an important line. That's such an important line, and it like I said, it echoes throughout the series. Thank you for the follow, Robot Peculiar. So Gon thinks of this. Gon thinks of what Mito told him here, and then he says it's important for them to understand why they're mad, and then for them themselves to understand why they're mad, and then for them to understand each other. And so we should let them settle it for themselves with regards to their fight, the fight between Kurapika and Leorio. Again, just a great insight into why Gon is super intuitive in a lot of situations. Super, like he understands, he can see things and he can intuitively understand the best course of action. Because, you know, this, well, actually at the same time, it ended up okay. Because their hand was forced and they were forced to show the type of people they really were. Thank you for the follow, Zelfie. But at the same time, who knows what would have really happened if they had actually fought like they intended to. Because, as we see later on, in a couple minutes, Katsuo, the ship hand, gets thrown overboard. Gon goes after him, and because these two are good souls, they go and help Gon. But if that hadn't happened, how would that have played out? Leorio getting smoked? Yeah. But, you know. Togashi was spitting when he wrote that. That's like a part of my worldview that I've never really seen echoed elsewhere. Yeah, me too. I totally agree. I love that line. He could have taken the hunter. He could have taken the hunter exam too. I believe in him. He's a good boy. But yeah, where are we? And yeah, the storm catches up. Gon is helping with the ship, and then Kurapika and Leorio are about to fight. Kurapika says, "Take back your words and I'll forgive you." And Leorio says, "How many times must I repeat myself? You should show me some respect." So he is very proud. Leorio is very proud. That more than anything. Respect for the person he is, his motivations. He can't really stand slander to his motivations, but at the same time he's not really revealing the true nature of them, which is interesting. Because of the format of my stream, I can't really easily do links. But what is this? I can take a look. Thank you for the follow, Kane. What is this? Oh.
I said take it back!
True. Yeah, the animation That's a good point. The animation when they're fighting is insane. Like the waves crash. Yeah, the waves crashing onto the ship, the wind blowing. It looks great. It looks really good. Don't pause it. I X'd out. Oh, no. Okay.
Take that back, Leorio. I said take it back.
It's Mr. Leorio.
Oh, that's what you were referring to. I see. I see. That wasn't the dub, Wolfman. That was a fan dub thing. But yeah, so they do that. They have the ship brilliantly presented. Again, like something about the Hunter exam that what's funny to me is I see a lot of people criticizing the 2011 Hunter exam for being relatively standard in terms, like, bland is a word that gets thrown around a lot in terms of presentation. And while it isn't, it doesn't blow you away every episode, it can be, it's not super ambitious all the time. But even from episode 1, where I think the series gets better and better, the adaptation I'm talking about, 2011, I think it gets better and better in terms of general presentation as it goes on, and just ends at the highest point in terms of adaptation. But even here, it was really effective. Like the scene of them, of Leorio and Gon fighting, Leorio and Kurapika about to fight in the wind, the rain. It's presented really well. We have this postcard memory, which I really like a lot. There are lots of little touches throughout that I think make it more, like, a lot better than people give it credit for, even from the very beginning. And I'll try my best to point them out as we go along. It's not something that just suddenly happens halfway in, like some people say. Yeah, some people say, like, it magically turns, the direction magically gets better around Greed Island or Chimera Ant. Some say York New. I couldn't disagree more. AJ, I'm not doing that, Jotaro. I'm not doing that at all. I didn't mention 99 at all. I'm talking about the presentation of 2011 because that's what I'm rewatching. But yeah. Thoughts on the Hunter x Hunter dub? I'm not a fan. I think that there are a couple of good performances. Keith Silverstein as Hisoka is very good. One of the standout performances. The voice actor for Satots is quite good. I think Leorio's done pretty well with Matthew Mercer. But I mean, I don't think it's very good. There are some solid moments, but I don't think it's very good. Yeah, anyways. And then to the last part of episode 1, good God, we're more than an hour in just episode 1. I think the next ones will go by a bit quicker because we had to talk about the series as a whole, the arc as a whole. And episode 1 has a lot of little touches, but what is this OST? This is called Road Taken from Fire Emblem Fates. And then, so this moment is really key because we have Leorio, we have Kurapika about to fight, and then, Katsuo, he's going overboard. He's in danger. Gon, who has grown up on a wild island for all of his 12 years, has no hesitation in going out to help him because he's good-natured, but also because he's comfortable in these rough elements, which is very notable. He doesn't view it as... he doesn't view this as life-threatening for him necessarily because he's grown up here. He's used to it. But this guy's clearly in danger. And Gon has no hesitation to go out and help him. But also, what's notable is that he has no hesitation in thinking in the back of his mind that Leorio and Kurapika would go out and grab his legs and help them. Because he kind of understood the type of people they were from the beginning. And he was correct, because when it all comes down to this, they are good people, and they will help people in need. They will help kindred spirits in that way. They will do what's right. And I love how this transcends their petty squabble, because it's kind of an encapsulation of their relationship as a whole in a lot of ways. Well, at least early on. early on. They can go back and forth a little bit, but more than anything, they have this connection with themselves, with each other, and with others, founded on the fact that they're both genuinely great people. But yeah, great little scene to show Gon's trust in Kurapika and Leorio, to show who they are at heart, and then right after this happens, they sort of reconcile, and they're how reckless could you be? But Gon trusted in them, and then they both apologize to one another, and we have our trio. And he says here, "Just call me Leorio. Leorio works." And they both apologize to one another. And they continue to the next phase. And such ends the first episode. Yeah, I don't plan for every episode to be this long. Every episode discussion to be this long. Obviously, if it merits it, it will be that long. Like later ones will definitely merit it. But I expect the next ones to go by a bit speedier. But yeah, and then we're into episode 2, which I don't have screenshots for. But episode 2 is Just Awake is a banger. Some people don't like Just Awake as an ending. I think it's great. I think it sort of keys into the again, that volatility, that tonally topsy-turvy from very light to very dark nature of it. The most important episode in anime, this is episode 4, so we're not there yet. And Hisoka stands out a lot in that ED. Yes, he does. Yeah, so episode 2, Leorio saying that Gon shouldn't trust the captain that easily, but then almost gets tricked himself. Yeah. A lot of Leorio is used to a great degree a lot in these early episodes. Indirect exposition in a lot of ways, indirect characterization for others as well, and direct characterization for himself. I love that Gon early on is shown to be an intuitive yet quite childish character. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's very simple. That doesn't mean there aren't nuances and complexities to him, but the broad strokes of him are very simple. I have to bounce, but I want to say that Gon's animalistic traits help us really bond with this joyful little kid who can so easily grasp what's happening around him. His instincts are what make him endearing. Yeah, totally agree. See ya, Joshua. Wolfman, can you, like, I'm okay with the comparisons for 99 to 2011 occasionally, but could you just, like, I don't know, the frequency, just tone down on the frequency of them a little bit, because I don't have much to input on that, and I don't want this to become a pure adaptation comparison, if that makes sense. But yeah, episode 2, they get to the exam site. Yeah, so what we mentioned with Leorio, and then they get taken to this first test with this old woman. Yeah, you were referring to me, Jotaro. I never bring it up. So yeah, we have this old woman, who gives these questions. Here are your questions to progress to the next phase of the exam. Here's your question. Oops. Your son and daughter have been kidnapped. This is the question. You can only rescue one. Who would you rescue? Select one for your son and two for your daughter. Who will you rescue? And Leorio is enraged at this, thinking she's making fun of them. Kurapika's just kind of thinking, but they both think it's pretty unreasonable, That sound was the old woman's bird. When they come across the lady, I love how while both Kurapika and Leorio think it's rather unfair that they have to answer as a team, Gon sees it as if one of us wins, all of us win. So very optimistic. In addition to that, what's so funny to me here is that, yeah, like Kurapika's saying, you'll waste. I love the contrast there, Critty. You'll waste our response. Yeah, so exactly what Sarah's talking about there. And Leorio quite literally, here, let me just put it here. Let me just show you. Quite literally wants to attack this old woman. I don't know. And then Kurapika has to stop him. I can't handle this guy sometimes. That's how upset he gets, and that is, again, keying into that drastic nature of his, right? Yeah, no qualms assaulting an elderly woman. I really like how the direction adapts itself from arc to arc. In the Hunter exam arc, for example, we have more vivid light colors depicting really well the start. Being kind of optimistic, but without losing some heavy scenes due to the contrast it represents. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Very, very drastic shifts tonally, and the aesthetics play into that a ton. But yeah, so he does that, and then what I love throughout this whole time is they're thinking about how unreasonable the request is. The correct answer ended up being that this path is the wrong path, because having to make that choice is unreasonable, right? That ends up being the answer to this riddle. And that's the whole thing that's going on. Kurapika, Leorio, the old woman, there's some fodder who goes the wrong way. They present, this conflict is presented through them. But the whole time, Gon is in the back pondering the idea. Pondering the whole idea. He's thinking deeply about it. He doesn't think that there must be some alternative to this, or if he does, he nevertheless continues to ponder it. He thinks about it very deeply. How's it going, Ostmustus? Gon is, in some ways, he lacks self-awareness, but in others, he is deeply introspective. Yes, exactly, Andres. The reveal of the true nature of the quiz put me on edge for the rest of the series. While we at first think the twist is just Kurapika figuring out that you don't have to answer at all because there's no right answer, it is actually about what is abstract now. How what is abstract now might become reality later. Yeah. Yeah, like, you don't have to answer at all because there's no right answer. Yeah, because that's what Gon thinks about. Yeah, that's what's brought up, again, through Gon's introspection here. Because the lady says, whatever, this is the path forward. Also, notably, little note, Leorio apologizes, like, sorry because I was, sorry for almost assaulting you. Sorry for almost assaulting you, my bad. But then the lady says, no problem, I do this because I like meeting people like you. I enjoy meeting people like you. Heart on their sleeve, impulsive, a good heart, even if it manifests in interesting ways. Which I like a lot. I like that a lot. But then we have here, Gon, so this is it. Gon says, what if I ran into a situation like that and could only save one person? What should I do then? It wouldn't be right to choose just one, but one day I might have to make that choice. Yeah, we're talking about the whole arc. See you, Renegade. And then the woman says, that is the true purpose of this test. You must be prepared to face the worst scenarios. You must be prepared for when the day your path diverges, when a harsh reality strikes. Yeah, what is abstract now might become reality later. Very important. It won't be about which is correct, but about what's truly in your heart when the chips are down. Yeah, love is discrimination. Nice. Lero's impulsiveness was nerfed down the line, but it was fun to see in the exam arc. I think he just kind of matured more than anything. Also, I don't even agree, to be honest, Alex. I don't think it was nerfed, personally. I think it's still very much there, but we'll get into that with later stuff. I really like how they immediately established that the Hunter exam won't necessarily be about direct fights. Conflicts aren't necessarily resolved from one side beating the other, but rather they're tested on what it means to be a hunter and what hunter society is like. And that's, like, this subversion of what one might traditionally think of what these conflicts, how they'd be resolved, is established right away. The other two are taken aback by Gon's emotional maturity after thinking he's just goofy. Yeah. Exactly, Quicksilver. Very true. In a sense, the reality of such an abstraction shows a person's true nature. excuse the voice crack. Shows a person's true nature. I agree. And the ways in which they ponder that abstraction, too. You know, one could easily think of that question and find themselves repulsed by it and not want to think about it. Leorio's quite a bit like that. But it shows a lot that Gon is nonetheless willing to think about these uncomfortable sorts of questions. But what's notable is that it's within concepts he can understand. It's within his worldview. He can understand the choice between he can understand the concept of making a choice between loved ones. One dies, one lives. But without getting too much into later stuff, that is within the realms of something he can conceptualize. And that's why he is comfortable interacting with it, if that makes sense, pondering it. But when it is within those realms, he is very able to accept those uncomfortable truths and, tussle with them. And that's very key to Gon's character. Yeah, again, guys, just be careful about talking about specifics about later arcs. Yeah. Just be careful about that. Again, this. I know for sure there are people that are lurking, not necessarily saying anything in chat, but that have not watched later stuff. So just keep that in mind, please. Will you take the Hunter exam? I'm not sure what you're asking. Apologies. Anyways, so yeah, that's this, and then we have what are these creatures called? The Kirikos, the Kirikos. Don't have too much to say about this, but for this next phase of the exam, we have the Kirikos, who I have to skip this song. The Kirikos who pose this test, and the way in which the trio navigated just again shows they've just recently met, but shows how their different roles can contribute to this harmony within the group and how they complement one another, how they can work together. All of that, and they so naturally do it too. They naturally form into these roles. Kurapika being this sort of glue that sort of directs things, whereas Leorio can be support, provide medical assistance. Gon can be charging forward, the main goal in mind. I like how they interact through this Kiriko test. The highlight of the second part of this episode was Kurapika hitting what he thought was the Leorio and the Kiriko thinking he figured him out. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. They said, will you take the Hunter exam, not would you, so I thought it was asking something different. Would I take the Hunter exam? No, I wouldn't. But that's me talking from my perspective of the AJ who lives in this world. The privileged AJ. If I lived in that universe, who knows? I love how this question comes back in the same arc, when the group has to choose who will pass the third phase, and Gon finds the answer that would keep everyone in without needing to choose. Yeah. Yep. But again, there's this nature through the Kiriko test of seeing through, seeing truths, right? Seeing through the true nature of people and understanding what's at play here. Leorio did not see that. which kind of plays into his naivete, his bits of immaturity he has. Yeah, that must have been waiting there for quite a while. It is a JRPG. How'd you know? I just thought he was dumb. Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if you saw my earlier comment, but I wonder if you felt the same when you reached later on in the series. Does this arc evoke nostalgia for you? I guess within the series, yeah. But for me personally, as a person, not really. I first saw this 7 years ago, which I guess is enough time for it to feel nostalgic, but that I need a bit more time for Hunter x Hunter as a series to feel nostalgic. But in terms of within the context of the series, I would say, yeah, Hunter x Exam is pretty nostalgic. Hey, Hugs. But yeah, and then they pass this. Flying colors. Good boys. They go to the next phase. And thus ends episode 2. No, 2015. Spirit Noodle. So yeah, thus ends... We saw it around the same time. Yeah, I saw it mid... like, spring to summer of 2015. Elijah wants me to say strange birds have found us in my YouTube voice. Okay. Strange birds have found us. Not sure what that's from. Okay, episode 3. I agree, Davinator. I saw it mid. Yeah, episode 3, Rivals in Survival. Thank you for the follow, Aji Nalik. Why do you think Gon's characters work so successfully while other chirpy and optimistic shonen main characters don't connect in the same way? Like who? Zimbabwe? You'd have to tell me why they don't connect in the same way for me to answer your question. Okay, so... Yeah, so if it was 2015 around the same time as me, Andres, or a bit later than me. So, episode 3, they get taken to, aided by the Kiriko Navigators, they get taken to the site of the proper first exam. What I like here is there's lots of, again, just little establishing shots of different markets, different industries. You can tell that the subtext here is that these people have gathered here knowing, probably, like in lots of cases, I'm sure that this is just the economy of this island, but there's an unusual amount of gathering of foreign people, what seems like foreign goods here. They know this is the exam site, and they are taking full advantage of it. What is your opinion on the Hunter x Hunter opening? Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I love Departure. So yeah, I think that's nice, very subtle, but very minimalistic, but nonetheless good indirect storytelling. And they eventually find this site, the back room of this steakhouse. Luffy versus Gon, for example, I can't comment on Luffy. I've only read 11 chapters. I love Luffy too, but there's definitely something about Hunter x Hunter's writing that makes every element feel so satisfying. Yeah, I think when you're talking about why Gon works when you might think that other shonen protagonists might not work as well, you gotta look at it cohesively. You can't just look at Gon in a vacuum. You have to look at his role in the story and how Hunter x Hunter's writing holistically is different from the series you're comparing it to, because that ties in directly with the character writing. His role, Gon's role in the story, the way that role manifests, that trajectory, the way that expectations may be subverted in effective ways and not just for flash. It's a complicated question, but it has to do with just as much of the writing of the character with the writing of the story as a whole and Gon's role in it, his role and how that's brought about. Because you see Gon, and he has lots of parallels with classic shonen protagonists from what I've heard, from what I've seen as well. But you go like, why does he work so differently? Why does he work so well, whereas some might not work as well? A lot of it has to do with the fact that it is a cohesive mosaic. All the writing is interrelated with one another, and that's why he just seems more impressive when it might be hard to see very distinct differences sometimes. Hey, Blacksmith. Yeah, we'll get to the characters in a second, Sarah. Deku, Naruto, and Asta cannot talk about Naruto and Asta, but again, I just don't. For me, My Hero Academia's writing just isn't. Like, Deku plays a great thematic role in My Hero Academia, but I don't think his role is consistently as engaging as Gon's for me. For me, my interest with Deku wavers, just as my interest with the story wavers, and I think that just has to do with the writing. I just think the writing's better in Hunter x Hunter. It's just built different, you know? And that coalesces with the character work and Gon's role. He's always... The primary characters always have very distinct roles. Roles that just feel right. Whether they diminish or become more prominent, they're always significant. Gon always has a significant role, and he never feels out of place or that, you know, the character work is stagnant in a way. What kept me? Just liking protagonists more, Davinator. Killua going poisons don't affect me like, boy, you just drank poop drink. Gon's writing is just built different. That is the short answer. Anyways, let us continue through episode 3. They get to the back of the steak place, the steakhouse, whatever. Also, don't have this shot, but I kind of love it. Hunters make the most money in this world. Again, just showing that that motivation from Leorio. And then Kurapika says, hunters are the most noble in this world. No. Nobility versus money. Nobility, money, Gon. Who do you choose? And then, interestingly enough, Kurapika talks about something that will be important later on. Hunters have many different and important responsibilities, difficult and important responsibilities, such as preserving cultural artifacts in endangered species. If you know, you know. Preserving cultural artifacts. As well as capturing wanted criminals and unscrupulous hunters. That plays more into Kurapika. The fame and money. That's why people wish to become hunters? Profound knowledge, a healthy mind and body. Gon, what do you think? And then what I love here is that, what kind of... They ask Gon, what kind of hunter do you want to become? And, you know, he doesn't buy into either of those. He doesn't have a clear answer for them because none of their motivations apply to him. It's that purity. I just want to find my dad, yeah. A healthy mind and body. Questionable. Gon has no clue, he's just vibing. Yeah, he is just vibing. Anyway, so they come out to this tunnel, where we're introduced to several important characters. Let's name a few. We have Pockle, we have Beans. Well, Pockle isn't super important in this arc, but, you know, he's notable. We have Beans, Satots, eventually. They note everyone's really tense. We see Hisoka, we see the boy, the man, the legend. You know I had to pull this one out. Anyways, he's here. He's here. I feel like Gon's answer, even if he doesn't realize himself there, would be that the kind of hunter that would meet Jing's expectations. I agree. And then integrating that essentially with someone who can discover what I want to discover and like meet the expectations as well as his own personal ambitions as well, integrated with that, is what I would say. Gon doesn't know what kind of hunter he wants to become when later Satot says that it's up to him now, and that what he accomplishes once he is a hunter and goes And Gon just goes, accomplish. Yeah. It's very open for him. It's very open for him. What do you think is the purpose of becoming a hunter? That's totally individualized. It's totally individualized. Evil man. The purpose of becoming a hunter is using the license for whatever you want to use it for. It's totally individualized. But a common theme among that tends to be pragmatism, cutthroat pragmatism in a lot of ways. Cynical, like taking a look at the cynical world and navigating around it using the hunter license. Tompa is one of those characters that was impossible for me to like 7 years ago, and now I like him a lot. Okay, so yeah, let's talk a little about Tompa. I mean, we're here, right? Tompa. So for me, he's a meme. He's a meme. Sorry, he's not a meme for me. He's a meme for lots of people. For me, I think of him as, just he is. So firstly, he does the job of playing the role of someone who is a gradual introduction. I hate the Hisoka emoji you put here for reasons I can't explain. Okay. Sorry, not sorry, I guess. I don't know what you want me to say to that. Yeah, spam the emoji. I have to go suddenly. Yeah, so he offers a gradual look. He offers a gradual look and gradual introduction to the dangers of this world. You enter the hunter exam, someone is going to try to poison you with laxatives. That's just going to happen. That's just the type of world this is. And so he's like a stepping stone to the more dangerous nature of people like Illumi or Hisoka, right? So he does that. But what I love about it is that he's very heinous in his motivations. He's the rookie stomper, or the rookie crusher, excuse me. He just lives to sadistically crush rookies for 30 whatever years straight. That is sadistic. That is borderline kind of psychopathic in a vacuum. But in the context of the story, it's rather humorous. It comes off as rather small time. It's kind of laughably pathetic in some instances. And so 139 viewers, keynote number, very much so. And so yeah, it comes off as small time a little bit. Small time. And I like that because it's that stepping stone. It shows you what this world's gonna be like, but it doesn't kill the tone. It keeps the tone there. Again, drastically balanced, and then balanced in this lightheartedness, topsy-turvy. But it also, Andres, what did you just do? Yeah, okay, good. It's okay. Just making sure that wasn't intentional. So I like it eases you into that nature of the world, the nature of hunters, of what this world is like, but doesn't break the tone and is a gradual stepping stone. Something about Hunter x Hunter is very cohesive and it does transitions drastically, but at the same time it flows. And Tonpa, as a stepping stone for that, is a great thematic device and character tool in that way. A narrow-minded and selfish person driven primarily by their goal, similar to Hisoka in a way. Yeah, but very small time. I think it's very cool and interesting how he survived that many exams in the first place and how he'd probably pass if he'd want to. You'd think so, right? It's not that I succeed, everyone else should fail, the Tonpa grind set, yeah. So yeah, he's very classically unlikable. Hold on, let me just change the song here. He's very classically unlikable, but he plays a pretty damn vital role. Anything else anyone wants to say about Tompa? Because this is the time. This is the time. He's likable as a role, but unlikable as a person. Yeah. For me, I 99.9% of characters in anything ever, I don't dislike. So I definitely don't dislike Tompa. I think he's a solid character. I like him. But I mean, he's not masterfully written, obviously. He's just trying to protect the sanctity of this institution by not letting random rookies easily win. Laying himself down for the law. Yes, stinky man. Leorio best. I do agree. I do agree with that, Hannah. He's so detestable that Togashi turned him all the way around and made him a fan favorite. Tompa's actually very self-sacrificial, like Critty says, trying to protect the sanctity of this institution by not letting random rookies easily win. Damn. That do be hitting. Why do you think he's memorable? The voice, I mean, look, this is a guy whose nickname is the Rookie Crusher, who, whenever he talks, it seems like that one track plays, you know, dun, 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 dun. That track always plays. He tried to poison them with laxatives. You know, his whole stuff throughout Trick Tower of being a pain in the ass to Leorio. How is he not memorable, you know? Like, he just has all these elements that make him a minor but super memorable character in one way or another. You know, he kind of speaks for himself. The quality of since Tompa started taking the exam, the quality of new hunters skyrocketed. Yeah, I'm sure it did. Over a decade of Tompa memes has kind of made me tired of him. I'm tired of the Tompa memes. I'm definitely tired of the memes. I'm definitely tired of them. Of the character, you know, he's fine. I'm not tired of the character, but yeah. Tompa also adds a lot to the story through his dynamic with Leorio. Yes, Celix, exactly. There's a lot of early hunter exams of weeding out people who wouldn't make it in the first place. Yeah, Tompa's one of those weeding out devices. Exactly. Every day I wonder why Togashi had to put him in with the gang during Trick Tower. Would have preferred anyone to him. Yeah, I think if Tompa wasn't fat, with a big nose, he wouldn't be such a meme and more unironically loved. Yeah, I think the design plays into it a lot. Okay, so yeah, that's Tompa, right? That's Tompa. We get introduced to a lot of the minor characters that are taking these exams with a bit slightly more distinctive character designs that would become factors later on, even if they wouldn't become characters of substance. What is your profession, or are you a full-time streamer? I have 3 part-time jobs. One of them is streaming, one of them is YouTubing. The third one I prefer not to say. I wish I could YouTube and stream full-time. That would be amazing. Though Davinator's 75 gift subs may make that a reality now. Thank you again, Davinator. Tompa calling Hisoka a magician when he is in fact a clown. Get your facts straight. Nah, he's a clown. There's that philosophical theory that when something is born, they must have less complexity of what is born from. And since Tompa introduces Killua, philosophy tells us that Tompa must be a more complex character. Sure, if you buy into that. Quirk singularity, though, it's a bit different. I will pay your rent if you need me to. Thank you, Davinator, but please don't. I want you to be able to eat. You're very sweet. Thank you very much. Anyways, and then we see this boy. I can't believe I just called him a boy. This man is a problem. This man is a problem, and this is our first introduction to him. We get introduced to him right away. this completely unintentional censorship. Oh, sorry. You meant within the anime. Yeah, very creative censorship. Through turning his hands into flower petals, or his arms into flower petals. There is that nature of censorship early on in the 2011 anime for sure. The first arc in particular. But this is a clever way to do it. Keying into holistically. I'm saying that too much today. Cohesively with Nen, right? Bungee gum texture surprise. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but I think Nen is probably fair game. So this keys into the nature of... I'm sure there was some bungee gum texture surprise shenanigans here. Yeah, in the manga... What happens in the manga? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, his arms are just cut off. They're just cut off. Yep, they're just hacked off. Yeah. Hisoka couldn't be here for the GOAT's introduction. Why didn't you like him early on, Davinator? Oh, I guess he's just generally unlikable. Sometimes you don't really need a question to answer that question. So, yeah, that's exactly what I said. Like when I made my first video on Hisoka 5.5 years ago now. Jesus. The primary point I tried to get across in that video is that Hisoka works not only as a hugely unpredictable character, because his motivations are so personalized and can, like, his desires, the manifestation of those desires can shift from moment to moment in such a drastic way that he always keeps you on your toes. He's just entertaining. He's voiced beautifully by Daisuke Namikawa. He's just so well presented throughout the entire anime, and especially in Heaven's Arena, I'll be talking about ways in which he's presented really effectively to get across his characterization. But for now, he plays a brilliant tonal role in the series. Without spoiling, I'm not going to spoil anything, but just his general role. Because what he does is he fulfills the role of tone in every arc that he needs to. So... if you don't want to hear minor spoilers, or his spoilers for his role in Heaven's Arena and York New, I'll just mention them really quickly. But for here, he is a primary antagonist. He is the adversary here for Gon to measure up to throughout the Hunter exam. He is the proper introduction to the volatility and darkness of this world, right? That is a big part of his role here. In Heaven's Arena, he is that as well, but more of a physical yardstick, a measuring stick for Gon in terms of his ability, and a way to measure how close he can be in his overall goal to getting to Ging, and as well as combat, Nen strength, etc. Then York New, he plays the wild card because his motivations require him to play the wild card. And so, in terms of tone, like in a sly ally to Kurapika, in terms of tone, he just fulfills so many different roles and all of them are in character. And Togashi uses him so cleverly in every single arc. It's so beautifully done mechanically. I love looking at stories in the way that they mechanically are structured. And Hisoka is, like, in my opinion, the perfect example to show how Togashi is such a mechanically, tonally sound writer. He knows exactly which roles characters need to be in, exactly what tone needs to be pulled off, and it's all, like, I'm talking about this in a sort of robotic way, because it almost feels like calculus or an algorithm, but it comes across so naturally at the same time. It's just beautiful. Hisoka's so good. He's so good. Simple but effective, exactly, Shadow. Okay, I got you, Davinator. Pika's York New, interesting. Yeah, I agree, Ramsey Rocks. Hisoka, the character... Let's not get into that right now. Oh yeah, I know what he was thinking about that, Sarah. But yeah, the jester rule, like I've said before, yep. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's Hisoka. We'll obviously continue to talk about him as the series goes on, but this is an introduction, so... Oh, whoops. There is a little bit here. Where is it? Oh, okay. So I like this little bit of presentation here. Don't know if they show... Do they show it? Yeah, so I like this little bit here. The devil himself could pass if that were the examiner's determination. Like, the devil himself could pass the hunter exam. That's really important for establishment as well. And then as he talks about the devil himself, we see Hisoka. Anyway, no one likes him. I like him. I like Hisoka. The devil himself is literally there. Anyway, no one likes him. Speak for yourself, Tompa. I like him. But yeah, so we get these introduction to these characters. Tompa gives out the laxative soda, and you know, they're about to drink it, but Gon notices something's wrong. Again, playing into his intuition, his instinct. Killua drinks it all. He says, "Yeah, I'm immune to poison, buddy." And we get an introduction to Hanzo, who I actually quite like as a character. Like he says here, I'm actually a ninja. So introduction to Hanzo as well. Lots of a bunch of characters that are introduced here. I like Hanzo a lot. Hanzo's great. We'll talk about him when we get to episode 19 the most, but I think he's very solid. And then something that he says here is the ultimate ninja scroll. That's why I desire to become a hunter. He's talking about his desire to become a hunter. The ultimate ninja scroll, spoiler alert, this never gets brought up again in the series again. Never, not once. This ultimate ninja scroll, which is a distinct part of Togashi's writing. He drops in these details about the world that may not ever be dwelt upon again, but are just part of characters' motivations or part of his holistic... I keep saying holistic. I gotta stop, sorry. A part of his, his full view of this world that he created. Great world building, yeah. Every character is fleshed out, and yeah, totally. He establishes all these motivations that may not be dwelt upon again. Hold on, Elijah, I need to get this thought out first. What was I saying? Oh yeah, but like it ties into this view of the whole world. The way the setting is yeah, Togashi laughs at Chekhov. Yeah, there are so many elements that are introduced that just they don't get dropped, but they just come in, and yeah, this is a factor. There is this ultimate ninja scroll. It's a thing. We're not going to talk about it. We're not going to explore it, but it's a thing, and Hanzo wants it. But yeah, it doesn't come up again. It's just this there's so many moving parts to this world, and so many things that get introduced without Togashi feeling the pressure to have to carry them on as plot points. It's this very realistic side to the story. Sometimes things just come in and out of life. You think about something, you don't think about it again. A character comes into your life, a person comes into your life, they don't come into it back again. It's very natural. Very natural. It does feel more alive, absolutely. So yeah, I really like that. And one nice thing about Hannibal Lecter, Mads Mikkelsen's performance in the TV show. I love it. I love it. Okay, yeah. And then we finish through these introductions. We get an introduction to Setots. I really like Setots. I really like him a lot. The cool thing is that Togashi never felt like he could. If Togashi ever felt like it, he could write an arc about Hanzo looking for the ultimate ninja scroll. He could. Yeah, exactly, Wolfman. Killua gets introed here. Why at this point? Because you get it's an ease in of the character. You get a glimpse of who he is beforehand. Nice indirect expository work for him through showing that he is immune to poison. He's smart enough to understand Tompa. Yeah, I mean, why not? Why would you? Considering the way this chapters and these episodes are structured, why would you not have Killua there, right? Like, they introduce everyone else. Yeah, like, I don't know, it's just the way it happens, right? It's just the natural way for this to play out. He could, and it would be 10 out of 10. It would, yeah. I'd read a story about the the Ultimate Ninja Scroll, no doubt. But yeah, we have Satots here. Really like him a lot. And then the exam begins in earnest, and you know, he starts walking faster, and then the phase has begun. And all that's required is you follow me to phase 2. It's not a race. You just follow me. You don't necessarily even have to run. If someone came here in a bike, they could use a bike. If someone came here with a cool-ass skateboard, they could use a skateboard. And that is how the episode ends. Phase 3. Sorry, Phase 3. Episode 3. Phase 1. Okay, and then we get to Episode 4. Yeah, we are not going to be able to do an arc. We are not going to be able to do an arc per stream. No way. Me driving to phase 2 in my 2000 PT Cruiser. I love Killua's sense of elitism with Gon. He creates that quick connection with Gon because of their similar situations, but doesn't give everyone the same courtesy. Yeah, notably the first thing Killua says is, he's my age. He's my age. And his personality is in such distinct contrast to Gon, to Killua, that he's kind of attracted to it in a sort of opposites attract sort of way. And then also, like, same age, obviously. Yes, so hope and ambition. This is the first, this is what I would consider to be the first truly wonderful episode. The first truly wonderful episode in the series. In the anime. I agree, Elijah. I agree. So yeah, this is the exam's first phase, and then we have, well, we quickly get introduced to the fact that people are passing out, people are dropping out. Leorio and Killua have some fun interactions, and then we have the moment. The most important moment in all of anime. I'm Killua. I'm gone. The start of a legend. All of Chimera Ant in one stream. Yeah, as if. And I love how it's so unassuming. Ore wa Killua. Ore wa Gon. It's so unassuming. It's so mundane. There's no epic emotional music. It's just the ambient sounds of the tunnel, the echoes of the footsteps. That's it. It doesn't need to be. That's what it is. I love it. I love it. It's so natural. Yeah, it's great. It's perfect. But we'll talk more about their specific dynamic and aspects of their dynamic as we go along. But what's notable is this initial interest, right? This initial interest, this initial draw to Gon. And yeah, that he spares him much more attention than he does for anyone else. No conflict is a need to be resolved for them to become friends. They're just kids, so they can become friends like that. Yeah, and yet, notably, Killua doesn't conceptualize it that way. Yeah. Killua's elitism and categorizing of people serve to highlight more about him and his character down the line. Yes, absolutely. And then so... this... Oh, man. So we have the introduction, some people start falling out, Tompa starts doing some rookie crushing, Leorio falls... So Leorio is struggling. He can't really keep up. He can't really do much. We're not going to get into the backstory just yet, but yeah, we get to the point in the episode where Leorio is just drenched in sweat. He can't keep up. He kind of gives up. And what I love here is that Gon... you know, he's kind of giving up here. And then Gon just looks at him. He just looks at him like this. And Killua's going, come on, let's go. We gotta go. Gon just keeps looking at him. Killua, love the expression. He's just so inquisitive and like furtive and what's going on here? Gon just has this steadfast faith in Leorio, and he's just like, get your ass up. Come on. And I love this. I love this. As if he could ever give up on his ambition. No words needed, exactly, Sarah. Wordlessly. Oh, it's so great. As if he could ever give up on this dream. And we see in a second. Yeah, the 2011 character designs are so good. And they're so consistent, too. They're so consistent. I love it. They're super expressive, but consistent. Very defined, yet can be exaggerated. But yeah, and then he does it, and then there's our boy. There's our boy. And then they can continue. And he grabs a suitcase. Oh no, this music. And yeah. He takes off everything and pins the damn badge to his pec, to his skin. Oh no, I cannot. I don't know if I can listen to this music. Does any weekly animated show come close to this in terms of production? I mean, in terms of longevity, I'd be so surprised if there was. Thank you for the follow, Karmuk. Yeah, Killua's interest in Gon. Yeah, it's super cute. This is Umineko music. This is called A Towering Cloud in Summer, and I cannot play this. I cannot play it. I'll play this one. This is another Umineko one. Okay, and then... Oh man, this is so great. This episode's so good. So, we have Kurapika then asking Leorio. Actually, I can just show this here. Yeah, are you okay? Are you good? And then Kurapika says, you know, you said you were just doing this for money, but I know you're better than that. You have a nasty attitude and you aren't very bright, but you're not a shallow person. You're nothing like them. And then what I love here is you can't see his face. He's not really answering. But then he says, it is a great OST. It's one of my favorite. Yeah, in the garden, yep. And then he says, no, you're right, like, sorry. And then to open him up, Kurapika starts divulging a bit more of his past. The Kurta are known for the unique scarlet eyes. By the way, nice touch how it becomes a red pathway. Oh no, Sarah, there's nothing on my end, so I think that's on your end. Yeah, not looking back, moving forward, true. Nice design here, and then comes out in Kurapika's eyes. Again, nice little bits of visual direction. When our emotions are heightened, our eyes are considered one of the 7 most beautiful colors in the world. This is great. This is just nice exposition, and it also feeds into Kurapika's character because he understands to open Leorio up a little bit, he has to share a little bit of himself, and this is so important for the story, so important for Kurapika. Brilliant. Just such natural storytelling, such great exposition. So good. And then, he explains that to Leorio, and then Leorio is much more open to sharing a bit more of himself. Some great layers added to that, to what we already knew from episode 1, the reason behind the massacre. Yes, exactly, because of their scarlet eyes. Togashi also has said that the Kurt's scarlet eyes are inspired by the Omu from Nausicaa, which are inspired by the sandworms from Doom. So there is no Kurapika without Dune. Thank you, Dune. And no Sasuke without Dune. True. I think creative visuals are the key to making exposition more enjoyable to experience. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yes, Blacksmith. I love how the lyrics and departure embody the meaning of the series. True. I couldn't say true. I'd have to look at them. But yeah, so this stimulates Leorio to... So Kurapika's motive is to reclaim the eyes of his clan. And restore the honor. And then Leorio says here, sorry, but I have no noble cause. Huh? I'm just after money. That's it. You really believe you can buy everything with money? You bet. For the right price, you can buy not only treasures, but dreams, hearts, and even people's lives. I'm telling the truth. Again, and then here it doesn't show his face again, and then we get it. His face is revealed, and the true sentiment behind his actions. If I'd had money, my friend wouldn't have died. The voice performance from Keiji Fujiwara is so good. And he says, so this is it, right? These are his motivations. We see this flashback to this Leorio as a child, his friend passing out here. Thank you for the follow. I don't know if it's Majkan art or Maikon art. Sorry for pronunciation, but thank you for the follow. And then we get this scene here. Simple but very well presented. I think it looks quite good. We have the cicada. We have the sound design is showing that it's a very, there's a drought here, and he passed out. Likely due in part to the drought or the intense sun, heat stroke, whatever it may be. Maj, gotcha. Young Leorio does look similar to Gon. This is true. My own pride is nothing... Oh yeah, Kurapika says, my own pride is nothing next to my kinsman's suffering. That is very key to who Kurapika is. He will throw aside, dismiss his own pride, his own wants and desires, his own life, in service of this grander ideal that he views, that he is what am I trying to say? Appointed onto himself, like this duty that he's self-appointed, that he just sees no other alternative, and it is more important than anything. Self-imposed, exactly, yes. But yeah, and then and then Leorio says, what a joke, like, the fact that he needed healthcare, you need money for this, I wanted to become a doctor to help with this suffering, but it turns out for med school you need money. What a goddamn joke. Wonder if Togashi likes capitalism, I wonder. So I want money. The world runs on money. So the order is this. The world runs on money, so I want money. So yeah, I love this for Leorio. It's so good. This is how you establish a character introduction. A subversion, but not for flash, for genuine heart, and playing into his character in a big way that made sense. It makes sense that we didn't learn about this about Leorio until now. It makes the audience think Leorio is very selfish, and selfish goals are often what drive a lot of the characters in the story, but to then they go back on that and show the goal as one of selflessness and care. Absolutely. Very grounded. Leorio essentially just wants to give free healthcare to people who can't afford it, who need it, like his friend. And that is That has to be the most morally sound, the most morally good motivation for any character in the story, right? I think it has to be. So I love the contrast between that. He's the classic guy. He's the classic, like, rough around the edges ruffian with a heart of gold. The ultimate one. Oh, that's cool, Andres. I hadn't read that part in years, so... but yeah, cool. Yeah, Togashi had great art in Yu Yu Hakusho as well, so he's always been a great artist. But yeah, so great establishment for Leorio. It's awesome. It definitely beats the unnamed disease that can't be cured. It sucks being able to do something, but not having done it, then being faced with the something that you absolutely know nothing about. Yeah, it's that boundary, right? That boundary is just heartbreaking. It's aggravating. Because it seems so close yet so far, and money being the key there. Yeah. And then so I thought this was a nice part to bring in these these key little frames that are spliced into the ED of Just Awake. He literally looks like a businessman, so it really sets you up to thinking away about him. True, that's true. So yeah, we have Gon and Ging. Just checked all his audience with his backstory. It sets up consistently questioning motivations. Yeah. So we have Gon and Ging. We have the one we just saw with Leorio. That is heartbreaking. This is just... man. And then we have... oh, equally... I think this is the one that sticks with... I don't know, actually. It's hard to say. This one hits so hard. This one, like, look at that. Painted red, yep. So green for the color scheme for Gon, kind of alluding to the wild nature of Whale Island, of the wilderness, etc. Yellow, I think alluding to the Leorio's childhood, the scene we saw from his childhood, that harsh sun. Berserk looking, yeah. Red, the scarlet eyes, blood, etc. And then purplish blue for Killua, kind of alluding to the color scheme for him as a whole, but darkness, that sort of isolation that's associated with a lot of the isolative shots of Killua. Their traumas, but also their dreams. Yeah, I just love these split shots. I wanted to include these for sure. Oh, okay. So that skips ahead a bit. But yeah, so we get all these motivations, and then I love this. So Leorio says, I want money. And then what is Kurapika's face after this? What is Kurapika's face after Leorio says this? That. You're a better guy than I thought you were. I just thought you weren't shallow. But, that little smile. Love it. Love it so much. Okay, oops. And then for the rest of the episode, we have Gon and Killua. So Gon asks Killua, why do you want to become a hunter? And then Killua says, I'm not really interested in becoming a hunter. I just heard the exam was hard and thought it would be fun. But this is disappointing. So what's interesting... oops, let me put up this. So what's interesting here is that... there we go. What's interesting here is that from the beginning, we get this sort of... a combination of a superiority and inferiority complex for Killua. He's saying, oh yeah, I'm above all this. This is disappointing. I just wanted to have fun with a challenge, but this is, you know, it's kind of disappointing. And then so the thing that might, yeah, I'll get to that in a second, Andres. The thing that might stick in your mind there is that, you know, this is setting up for a adversarial dynamic through Killua's, you know, immediately it's established pretty clearly that he has, he likes to prove himself a little bit. He has feelings of inferiority and wants to prove himself and make himself seem very powerful and very strong. Yeah, so it immediately it makes your expectations go in that direction. Obviously, having just watched the first arc alone, you know it doesn't go that way. But the hints are there, which is cool. That could potentially tempt you to think that it might go that way. Gon talks a lot about how he wants to become a hunter like his dad, but when he talks about it all, it's all stuff like that he learned from Kite and his impression of his father. Yes, very true. Very true. It's all secondhand stuff. It's all, yeah, it's all things he's heard but not seen himself, and that's a big crux of the reason why he's going out to see this stuff for himself, to learn about his dad himself, because all he knows are bits and pieces, secondhand. Like, his ideal of his father is not really his own. Yeah, it's not from his own perspective. But he does cherish it. Yeah, that's a great point to bring up, because he does talk about it here in this scene. Yeah, I agree, JTD. So, totally. Killua failing the Hunter exam feels thematically appropriate given that Hunters need conviction, and at this point, he doesn't really have a goal. Yes, and the moment... I can't really talk about that. Greed Island stuff. But his relationship with being a hunter is directly coalesces with his relationship of understanding what it means to have a purpose and his growing trajectory and his views on why he's living, why he's on this earth, what he's here to do, you know? Not everyone. No, please do not spoil explicitly future stuff. You can allude to vague things, but yeah. So Killua says, this is disappointing. And then Gon says, my dad's a hunter. So you want to be like your dad, but you don't know anything about him. Killua says that directly here, like what Andres was alluding to. So his ideal of him may be inaccurate. It's, again, bits and pieces of these secondhand bits of information. That's why he rated Gon below... That's why he was rated below Gon, too. He was physically more competent, but lacked the resolve required to push himself when it came down to it. Yeah, and we see that through a lot of what Illumi's appearance at the end of the arc. That aimlessness, that lack of resolve. Yeah. Anyways, they come out to the end of the tunnel. Satots is taken aback and shocked by how, by them a little bit. Well, not shocked, but taken aback a little bit by them. And notably, they're just, Gon and Killua are just like, yeah, I beat you, no, you beat me. It's no challenge for them. And this is basically the halfway point of Phase 1. The rest of which will happen at the end, or will happen in the next episode. Leorio comes out of the tunnel. He's exhausted, but he's done it. Good. My boy, he's done it. 99 adds in a lot of scenes like that, Ramsey. Thank you for the follow, poor sweet Eli. Karapika comes out. He's panting slightly, but he's totally fine. And then they reach this fog, Swindler Swamp, exactly. And then we have this creature saying that Satots is the fake examiner, a creature who has been deceiving them. And the idea here is, you know, again, this deceit of the hunter world, you know, we've talked about it, keying you into a lot of what more of the exam would entail, as well as the entire hunter world, deceit everywhere. And then, how better to understand whether this guy's lying or not, who the real examiner is? Hisoka just does trial by force, I guess you could say, and just shoots these cards at him. Notably, it is extremely graphic in the manga. Do I have the volume? I do. It's just, I don't know, it just feels very visceral. But yeah, through Hisoka's little display there, they realize who the guy is, who the real one is. And it is Satots. And Hisoka's going, yeah, because because the real examiner, Sato's bats away his cards, and he goes, the real examiner would bat away my cards like that. And Sato goes, thank you for the compliment, but do that again and you're disqualified. And Hisoka just goes, hi. Thinking about it now, the Hunter exam's biggest idea is just kind of exploring what this ideal of being a hunter is in a general sense. Like, the desire to be one is different to everyone, but like, to make it requires some of kind of similar aspects. Yeah, so like general baseline aspects, drive, determination, that resolve, that conviction. The specifics might differ, but the general complexion, like, there are key traits that are shared among the people who make it. But yeah, we're in Swindler Swamp. Thus ends episode 4. Then we go to episode 5, entitled Hisoka is So Sneaky. Moral ambiguity. Yes. Favorite episode title by far, yeah. So yeah, that episode title is so silly. It is somewhat silly. So, the next phase of the first phase starts, and their goal is to make their way through Swindler Swamp, follow Satots, not lose track of him. Easier said than done through the fog, the distractions, the creatures, the pitfalls, and everything. This is the episode where, as I mentioned in my video on Gon, it's noteworthy that Gon, and most others, but Gon specifically, because the video talked about Gon, doesn't really think much about the deaths of other people when it comes to this. Because, you know, the rationale could be that they signed up for this. They knew this was in store for them. Also, I'm focused on my own goal. I need to pass the exam because that's my own goal. I want my friends to pass. I just can't spare a thought for these people right now. And so it's just noteworthy to talk about the different situations in which Gon will help random people. Like, for instance, he helped people in episode 1 on the ship because it wouldn't have taken away from his goal. He was just waiting around. The stakes weren't very high. Here, though, very focused, very tunnel visioned on his goal, as he should be. It is great, Andres. I really like the animals and such that they encounter in the swamp. The hypnosis butterfly makes me think of... Oh, yeah, that's interesting. The creatures, yeah, lots of variability and creativity in the creatures. Togashi loves to just throw in creativity whenever he can. Again, just to show us glimpses of this world, even if we never see these creatures ever again, which I'm pretty sure a lot of them we don't. Just puts them in. Volume 1 is over. Aha. Yeah, Hunter x Hunter does have silliness all over the place, and it wouldn't be the same without it. But yeah, so Gon and Killua separate a bit from Kurapika and Leorio. They have their own separate paths, basically. People, like I said, people are dying throughout because that's the type of test this is. And yeah, just general trials. Gon and Killua get eaten by a giant frog and then spat out. Leorio gets attacked by this dinosaur-looking thing. Kurapika saves him. Just general hijinks. Showing us the creatures and the environments and all that. Not a ton to say here. But then we get to halfway or 10 minutes into the episode, where Hisoka is targeted by these other hunters. The other hunters stop him, and Hisoka is saying, "Oh, don't you want to pass the exam?" And they go, "We've all failed the exam." Oh, okay, you're going, Andres? Gotcha. See ya later. Thanks for contributing. Meaning we've all failed the exam. As if Hisoka would fail because of something like this. But yeah, Hisoka just kind of dispatches with them. Also, I love this line. Having already failed, you wish to play examiner. Love that line. And then just kind of they're. Hold on, let me change the song here. These guys are grunts. They're fodder. They're easily dispatched of. Poor bums died for nothing. They did. How often are you doing these streams for Hunter x Hunter? Every Wednesday. Every Wednesday. And then, yeah, Hisoka kills them all. They just die. And Leorio and Kurapika see him. See this happen. They both run away. They run away from Hisoka. But then, interestingly enough, Leorio decides that he cannot stand to just run away. Again, that pride, that impulsivity. He says, this may not be my fight, but I won't close my eyes and make a break for it. So Leorio goes after Hisoka, knowing he's completely outclassed, knowing that this is really stupid for his ambitions to become a doctor, for using the money for medical school. But regardless, very heartfelt, very hard on his sleeve. Yeah, a real Leorio moment, very much so. Parallels with another character we see in a later arc. If you know what I mean. See ya, Thanik. Thanks for stopping by. Hisoka's quote about playing Examiner also doubles when it comes to those who can't reach their goals, chastising others and perhaps stopping others stemming from their own failure like crabs in a bucket. Yeah, yeah, it's very chastising. It's very kind of condescending in a way, but at the same time you can understand where he's coming from, because like, who are you? Who are you to even do this? But yeah, so Leorio essentially goes up to Hisoka and tries to confront him for this. It's also something that comes back during Trick Tower. When Kurapika fights Majitani and Leorio gets involved, Kurapika tells him not to get involved. He says that to the guy who was notorious for sticking his nose in. Kurapika hasn't been paying attention. Yeah, he has to. He has to. If it doesn't stick right with him, he kind of has to. Doing this even though he killed people he knows nothing about and that picked the fight in the first place. Like you brought up before with how Gons sees their deaths, there's quite a difference in their reactions. Yeah, exactly. But so Leorio has to do that, and then we get this this shot. Hisoka just lays it into him. He stands no chance, of course. And then Gon comes back to try and save Leorio. Great illustration, by the way. He comes back to try and save Leorio. He's using the fishing rod. And thank you for the follow, Lord. And this whole time, Hisoka is just, like, Leorio's laid out on the ground. Hisoka is just toying with him this whole time. And this is a great little shot. Just saying, such a good boy. Just playing around with him. Just completely playing around with him. And thank you for the sub, Lord. If you want that to go towards one of the goals, one of the donation or sub goals, just let me know. But regardless, thank you so much for the support. Hope you're enjoying the stream. But this is very indicative of the Hisoka-Gon relationship dynamic, right? Hisoka observing, amused, looking at his progress, and very interested. And notably, he says, a fascination, like that expression. He sees something in Gon from here at this point. This is probably a big reason why Leorio was judged worthy of passing despite his mediocre performance in the second half. I agree, for sure. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And that also keys into what Hisoka says in a second. Well, also, the first thing to say before that is that Hisoka very much overpowers Gon. But he sees this potential in him. He sees this potential, and he outright states it. Like right here, he grabs him. I kind of love this shot. But Hisoka, way too strong for him. But again, a yardstick for comparison. Love the way the anime adds Gon's signature tactic to this fight when he distracts Hisoka with the mud and attacks him from behind. Yes, Gon uses that several times throughout the series, that same sort of tactic. Yeah, and they use it here. But in the end, Hisoka overpowers him. And he just takes his leave, but not before telling Gon this. Do not fear. I will not kill your friend. He passed. So that kind of... He sees something in Leorio. Leorio passes some sort of unknowing exam in Hisoka's mind. What that is, we don't know the specifics yet, but it has something to do with his resolve and conviction to fight back, knowing that he had no chance. I think that ties in with both Hisoka and with Hisoka's line here, obviously, but also with the decision to reward Leorio and pass him, regardless of this, like Shadow was talking about. Judge worthy of passing, exactly. So it's interesting. What exactly... We see what he sees in Gon. We see combat potential in Gon. What exactly does he see in Leorio? It's not entirely clear. But something about a resolve, a conviction, something deep inside him that he sees interest and potential in. And Hisoka is known to have... to just call people broken toys if he has no interest in them. Leorio is not a broken toy, which is key. He told off the extras for trying to play examiner, and here he is doing the same. Yeah. But Hisoka's in a lot of ways very meritocratic, so maybe he judges himself as worthy of being the examiner in that case. It's hard to say. It's a lot of interpretive subtext. Yes, this is Final Fantasy VI Terrace theme. Or sorry, Omen. It is Omen from Final Fantasy VI Pixel Remaster. But yeah, so there we go. Love this little shot here as Gon is reflecting on Hisoka. The overlay. It's difficult to know the exact things that are going on in Hisoka's head, but yeah, that's why I'm like, you know his motivations, but you don't know how he goes about those motivations, or if he's thinking about them in some sort of way we wouldn't have thought of before. So, which is really cool. It makes him, adds into that unpredictable nature. Okay, and then we skip ahead a bit. Okay, yeah. So... And then with that, Hisoka takes his leave. Gon and Kurapika sort of reflect on this, and then Gon sort of talks about how Hisoka was acting as judge. He must have his own benchmarks. Sorry, let me put this up. He must have his own benchmarks for evaluating power. It's possible that he was ascertaining each applicant's strength. You and Leorio met his standards in some sort of way. Kurapika saying this. But I was powerless to do anything against him. Very important here. Gon and the relationship with powerlessness. It's super important for Hisoka as a proper introduction to everything Hisoka's about. Or not everything, but a great deal of what he's about. Gon as well. And yeah, Leorio. Really a huge turning point for Gon, introducing him to fear, but that same fear drives him to confront Hisoka later on, showing his headstrong nature, but it puts into question where that nature will take Gon and how far his desire for strength will take him. Yeah, because he comes up to a wall here, and notably, what he says here, kind of tying in with what I was saying, I was powerless to do anything against him. But Gon here, perhaps he sensed that you were kindred spirits. Ominous. Kindred spirits. Yeah, so he's basically talking about him seeing the resolve in him. But Gon finds his first failure, and he is excited by the challenge. He comes up against his wall, and he doesn't see it to be unpassable or unsurpassable. He's excited here. He takes on the challenge, which is very notable. Yeah, so very key. I think what might have been part of Leorio coming back on his own, not being cowardly, but also being confident enough to do so, even if a bit delusional. Yeah, he had a different attitude. Yeah, I think it has to do with, like, it obviously had to do with more than physical strength, because he just He destroyed Leorio. Hey, Vehement, how are you? Gon for the first time experienced mortal fear. While the feelings accompanying that conflicted him, he couldn't help his curiosity. And again, this ties into that nature of Gon, that curiosity. That curiosity will lead him to great things, wonderful things, exploring new worlds and new cultures and meeting new people. But it will also lead him down some dark paths, and that is indicated by his excitement here in the face of this clear danger. So he comes up against his first roadblock, and he is excited by it. Me too, Benny Zakura. Well, I'm rewatching it, so I guess that doesn't really make sense, but, you know, I miss it all the time. Kurapika also notes that killing Gon might have been a waste on Hisoka's part, which is entirely true. Yep, exactly. He sees potential in Gon. Leorio's taste in briefcases mid, unfortunately. You hate to see it. But yeah, great little shot here. Little postcard memory. I like that. They do a lot with violent purples in the Hunter exam. But that's episode 5. Any last thoughts on episode 5? Very substantial, like Shadow said, for Kurapika, Leorio, for Gon, Leorio, Hisoka, some stuff for Kurapika as well, the nature of the overall setting, the Hunter exam as a whole. But yeah, episode 5, really great, I love it. The second wonderful episode, I would say. Hisoka's role in the Hunter exam is so perfect, giving Gon a real challenge to sink his teeth into, a challenge that continues past this arc. Hisoka is not presented as a complete antagonist to all our protags, but for Gon, he is the primary antagonist, a way to judge his strength. Hisoka creates a noticeable break in Gon's character arc past this point. Yeah, he is essential to directing a lot of the flow of Gon's motivations, immediate motivations, I would say. Do you have any thoughts on the 1999 anime adaptation? I rewatched it like earlier in the year, like 10 to 12 months ago, something like that. Episode 6 is my least favorite as well. I really don't have much to say about it. I think we'll speed past it pretty quickly. Sorry, any thoughts on the adaptation? I think it's good, you know. I much prefer the 2011 adaptation because it has just the style and flow works better for me. But that isn't to say that it doesn't have some great things. Like I like the anime only parts it puts in. Great understanding of a lot of the characters. York New is fantastic. So yeah, but I prefer 2011 for sure. Okay, and then we get to episode 6. Episode 5 just really sets up the villain dynamic for me, and how the protagonist's interaction with the antagonist doesn't always show what's going on entirely, and really just gives a hint on where the climax will be. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it sums it up really nicely. If Jing's abandonment is what made Gon think that he was lacking in self-worth, then the encounter with Hisoka is what made him think that strength is what he needed to attain that worth, to gain that worth. In this world, again, pretty meritocratic, pretty, cutthroat. You're going to need this sort of thing to progress further. And Hisoka is the easiest thing to measure up to, because the gap is so large, it's easier to understand your progress in comparison to that, with someone like Hisoka. Or it's just convenient, right? It's just convenient, and it shows Gon what's kind of needed, and establishes these ideals. I really like purple as a color for the more devious characters in the exam. It's very evil, but there's something pretty enticing about it. Like looking at Hisoka from Gon's perspective, yeah. It does make it a very, very interesting contrast. Like direct, almost like a direct foil in a lot of ways. Yeah, okay, episode 6. I really don't have much to say about this, to be honest. It's the episode where they go hunting for pigs. They kill pigs. for Menchi, the gourmet hunter, and her boy, her best friend. I forget his name. The other gourmet hunter, or the guy who eats them at least. You know, Menchi is shown to be very sort of a bit of a hothead. The sushi part, yeah. Buhara, right. You know, strong enough characterization for Menchi, Buhara as well. The kind of fun dynamic between them. Menchi's shown to be kind of immature and hot-headed in giving them impossible tasks to do and making this an episode of MasterChef. Hey Grima, how are you? Menchi is hot, yep. This is true, she's very pretty. And then they go off, they kill a bunch of these pigs, which is, again, quite cutthroat, but the tone to it is very whimsical and lighthearted. So again, darkish subject matter with a whimsical tone. Very characteristic of this adaptation. So yeah, they do it, they serve it up for her. Nothing can satisfy her palate. Satotsu realizes that this is a bit of a problem. Yeah, and then the semi-sadistic side of the other hunters comes through when issuing the challenge. Yeah, that's true. It plays into something that they're totally comfortable with, doing this. Satotsu realizes this is a problem. No one is going to pass. Menchi's very picky. And so, we're introduced, because of all of this, to the head of the Hunters Association. Oh, notably, actually, this is very true. This is very important to note. So Menchi here, Menchi here is in the middle of failing everyone. Right? Menchi's in the middle of failing everyone. None of you can be hunters. You are all gonna fail. They're all about to fail. But look at Hisoka in response to this. He's ready to throw down because she's about to fail him. Yep, Hisoka about to murder her. Exactly. So I just love that little touch. But yeah, this is the perfect way to introduce Netero. Chairman Netero, who needs to put a stop to this, change the exam around a bit so some people will actually pass. He takes a bit of a glance. Where is that? Yep, he takes a bit of a glance there. But yeah, he says, in the end, he says, we need to adjust this. We need to adjust this. What I love about this is it introduces the sort of whimsical, lighthearted side, playful side of Netero. He's the chairman of this association, but he isn't super serious, and he does care for parity within the ranks of the people taking this exam. So yeah, let's do a new exam, a new way to decide whether these people are worthwhile. Adding that scene was so unnecessary, but I couldn't say I wouldn't have sneaked a glance as well. Yeah. Yeah, so then they switch to a much more feasible thing, collecting the spider eagle, the eggs in the spider eagle web, which requires a great amount of, I guess, intuition, understanding the currents of the wind, patience, because again, death is the consequence here if you don't do it right. And then with due in great part to Gon's help, they're able to get the eggs and they pass the exam. Really like this shot, by the way. This one. This one. I love it. Yeah, Gon was essentially the core of the reason that all of them passed. Yep. But yeah, they do it. Killua, hands in pockets. Look at the joy on Leorio's face, by the way. It's just cool, you know. It's again that positive side of discovery more so than the negative, which we saw last time, or the dangerous. Well, this is dangerous as well because you're gonna die. You're gonna die if you go down at the wrong time. But yeah, they get the eggs, they eat them, they're delicious. Not much to say about this episode, but it does the job. And it has some nice sunset scenery as well. Yeah. Don't have too much to say about this, like I said. So we then go to episode 7. Which has a special place in my heart, episode 7. I agree, one of the best episodes. Hey, just wanted to let you know I love your videos a lot. Discover you through your Hunter x Hunter videos right after I finished my first watch. Had your YouTube channel notifications on since some months because it's that much of a treat to me, and your arcane viewing videos were something I enjoyed a lot too. I love your Twitch channel with the chiller content still enhanced by your analysis. Thank you for everything and cheers from a French fan. Glad you enjoy everything, K-Sid. Thank you for letting me know, and I'm glad you're enjoying everything. The videos, the streams. Glad you're enjoying. But yeah, okay. So I'm trying to think about where I want to end the stream off, but I definitely want to do episode 7. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We're nearly 3 hours in. We've done 6 episodes. Okay, so yeah, episode 7. This is a lot. This episode does a lot, like Shadow says. We can end after 7 because that's where Trick Tower stops? You think so? Okay, I'm down. Hunter exam. I think we'll finish the Hunter exam next stream then. Because there's no huge introduction to talk about. Yeah, that'll be the goal for next stream, to end the Hunter exam. But okay, episode 7. Could you do the anti-extreme now? No, we're doing episode 7 right now. We got to talk about episode 7, one of my favorites in this arc. Yeah, because Trick Tower kind of goes together. It's okay, JT. Whenever you feel is necessary. Okay, or whenever you're available. Jotaro, I might do. Once I'm done discussing Hunter x Hunter, I could do a bit of the Antagonist stream. I could do like 5 more. I could just finish off the list before the final Antagonist stream list we do. Maybe. I'll see how I feel once we finish this. Okay, so they passed the exam. They passed the phase. And then Netero introduces himself to the 42 remaining applicants. Oops, this is gone. To the 42 remaining applicants. Chairman of this year's Hunter Exam Selection Committee, this is Netero. Tension in the air. So, I love how he says, I'm loving this tension in the air, and we have a scene of Killua yawning right after that. Very overt. Again, not sure if that was natural or a bit put on, but we'll see. So they're scheduled to arrive for the next part of the exam tomorrow morning, and he says, just go at your leisure, do whatever you need to do, get some rest, eat some dinner. Yeah, so that's what they're invited to do. Gon and Killua want to explore the airship. Leorio wants to hit the sack. Kurapika's thinking about how many phases there are. And then Tompa tries to psych them out. You know, we finished 2 phases. There are 5 to 6 phases. And then Tompa says, oh yeah, you know what? There's a good chance that the next phase will be on this ship, on this trip. You know, there's a good chance for that. So be aware of that. And then Kurapika and Leorio go like, oh damn, okay, thank you for your advice. Yeah, thank you for your advice. We'll take that into consideration. And Tom was like, haha, I hope you're both nervous wrecks. I hope that you're both nervous wrecks for the next phase, which is interesting way for his sadism to manifest. I have one One Piece chapter to read. I could do that instead of the Antagonist, actually. We'll see. But yeah, hoping that you're all nervous wrecks and can't sleep or whatever. Yeah, and then Kadapika reasons it out. There's no way that what he's saying is correct. And look at them. Look at them. Come on. I love it. Leorio at his most relatable. Yeah. They're precious. Menchi saying the word aura... Oops. Yeah, here. Yeah, Menchi saying the word aura made my ear perk up. Their discussion about which examinees they discuss is kind of interesting. Some more discussion about what being a hunter is about. They're always looking for a new opponent, and Hisoka is just like that with more of an affinity for darkness. Yeah, so they're talking about this. They're talking about Hanzo, Killua. When 255 was throwing a fit, it was really 44 who was on the verge of killing someone. Hisoka being 44, right? He could barely restrain himself from... I love this shot, by the way. Look at his face. Again, they present Hisoka with such whimsy, but such threat at the same time through the color design there and the brightness in the middle with him. Yeah, I was so she's talking about here. She was so edgy because of the aura he had. He kept challenging me. He should be carefully monitored. Yeah. Yep. He was right for being tempted. Yep. Again, that violent purple hue. We are as hunters, we are continually seeking out rivals. Was it not playing? Whoops. I just love how the card tower acts as a metaphor for Hisoka's opponent. He builds the cards up, and once it is fully assembled, aka the peak, he knocks the tower down and derives pleasure from it. Yeah, it's a direct metaphor. You know, it integrates directly with the line, as hunters we are continuously seeking out rivals. And then the hunter exam is ultimately a place to find opponents worthy of respect. Yeah, love the metaphor there. Thanks for pointing it out. I'm not sure I would have mentioned it without you. Yeah, which song is it that plays here? Actually, let me just quickly hear it for a second. Okay, yeah. Again, playing into Hisoka judging things based on his own notions. It deems something useless. If he deems something useless, he won't hold back, even if he were to fail. Yeah, exactly. And then the cards tumble down. And we get this. Those next in the midnight. Oh, okay. I don't think I have that on iTunes. But yeah, I mean, that's Hisoka in a nutshell. Love it. Continues giving us threads and bits of substance for Hisoka. But yeah, and then Gon and Killua exploring the airship. Look at these boys. Yeah, okay, and then here. This is very important. Your mom and dad, what do they do? And then Killua says, they're assassins. Thank you for the follow, Thonorio. Both of them? And that's Gon's response. That's it. Yeah, just being kids. They're raiding the kitchen. Just kids being kids. But yeah, Gon's response is, both of them are assassins? Not shocked, not scared, not put off by it, not repulsed by it. Gon simply takes it in. You know, he simply takes it in. He's not judging it. He doesn't view it as wrong or right. He just takes this in and simply says, and he simply inquires further. It's interesting to him, so he wants to learn more. To which Killua laughs. because of the contrast to everything else he's experienced in life. You're the first person who's ever responded seriously. Yeah, exactly, Shadow. Exactly. Zapile knew. Zapile knew. He doesn't care about whether something is good or bad. He approaches everything with sheer curiosity. Does it interest me? Is this person nice to me? Do I like them? Is it fun? Is it helpful? Beneficial? Morals are forgone. The morals of the situation are twisted far from the traditional. He doesn't suspect him of lying at all and doesn't judge him for it either. Yeah. Yep. You're telling the truth, right? Yeah, he didn't suspect that he's lying. And this is one of my favorite moments in probably the whole series for Killua. For Killua, all the people he's probably tried to befriend only ever cared about the mask he put up. But Gon genuinely cares and wants to know Killua. And that genuine nature of his confuses Killua. Like, this is, yeah, exactly. He's taken aback. Like, Gon, something I love about Gon is he's very disarming. He's very bewitching. Thank you for the follow, Dragon Lord. He's very bewitching. He, through this nature of his, this non-judging nature, I'm not watching. We're discussing it. Through this non-judging nature of his, he completely disarms people. He completely disarms them and takes them aback and opens up worlds of possibilities to them that they wouldn't have thought of before, that they wouldn't think that people would be able to reveal to them before. And Killua is the one that this applies to the most. And then here we get his monologue, his mini monologue, which is, oh, great song for this. I'm from a family of assassins. So they're all assassins. And my family has really high hopes for me. Notably, while he's saying this, he has this face. They have really high hopes for me. The saddest smile you're ever going to see. Yeah, Maria Ise is so good. Through the voice acting, you can sense this. There's a almost like he's resigned himself to it. There's a hopelessness in the tone of his voice, but there's also a deep sadness. It's the hopelessness mingled with sadness, and you can tell there's a yearning, but there's an absence of, like I said, hope. There's a yearning, but like, this is my lot in life. This is what they want for me. I want more, but how do I even get it? Like, there's a cluelessness to how to even approach it in his voice there. But yeah, my family has really high hopes for me to be an assassin, but I can't stand it. And then here at this point, he's pondering. And then, yeah. Who wants to have their life planned out for them? This is Killua. This is Killua's psychology, mindset. This is Killua's everything at this point in time in the story. Who wants to have their life planned out for them? And this is the first real instance of Togashi, I think, capturing the idea of the nurture side of nature versus nurture. We have Leorio, who has experienced extreme loss, experienced the injustices of the world, of the capitalistic society they live in, and wants to change that. His whole life's purpose is the result of that, of the result of what's happened to him and his loved ones. We have Gon, who has this inherent nature within him from the start, but primarily a huge reason for why he sets out in this way is to understand why his father did what he did, why he wants to be a hunter, what being a hunter is all about, as a response to what Ging did. Kurapika, direct response to what's happened to him, to his experiences, to what's happened to his clan. But Killua here is being shown, has experienced indoctrination to become an assassin. They want him to become an assassin. That's the family business. That's everything to do with who this character is, or is supposed to be by their reckoning. But he relents. He rebels from it. He can't. His nature overpowers his nurture and yearns for more. I know exactly how Killua feels here, that conflicted feeling of knowing that you don't, what you don't want to do, but not knowing what you want to do, so you feel lost. Yeah. I love how they phrase that, because that's exactly what happens in episode 37, right? Right, Shadow? I know what I don't want to do, but I don't know what I do want to do. So you do feel lost. There is this emotional wanderlust of what should I be doing now, but it's hard to find direction there. It's deeply sad. Deeply sad because all this boy really wants in life is to be able to just live in a way he can enjoy, to feel connections, to have fun, to have meaningful bonds, to just be a kid, to just be a person. And that is stripped away from him at every corner, such that he can't even... his voice feels like he's content with what he has to become, even though it isn't what he wants. Yeah, resigning to himself to this. I'm kind of getting swept up in this a little bit. I'm getting a bit emotional just talking about this. It's great. It's such great establishment for Killua. It's one of the best scenes in the Hunter exam for sure. I agree. 21 and 37, yeah, and this, yeah. Do you see any resemblance between the Italian dude in Fata Morgana and this guy? I'd have to think about that, Jotaro. Despite how Killua grew up, how he was indoctrinated to be a killer, his innate desire to set out his own life and stop killing is what makes him special. No matter how much that nature is pushed down, shoved down by manipulation, by gaslighting, by experiences, by genuine, pure psychological indoctrination, through contrast to seeing the way other people live, whatever, it constantly seeps through. That light seeps through every time. What are your thoughts on lots of exposition in Hunter x Hunter? Lazy writing or poor use of visual storytelling? No, I totally disagree. The exposition in Hunter x Hunter is awesome. It's fantastic. It's always very natural, or feeds into the tone and or aim of the scene or the arc or the sequence extremely well. The music was great. Yes, I know what you mean. I know who you mean. There's only one Italian dude it could be, Jotaro. How's it going, Jerome? But yeah, so this is just so good. It's so good for everything that Killua is. And then we have a bit of humor here. We have a bit of humor there. I don't know, Jotaro. I haven't thought about it. I'd have to think about it. I haven't compared him to any Hunter x Hunter characters personally. And then we have this. My family's probably worth some hefty bounties. So again, showing that playful kid side of him as well. What really makes it tragic is his constant battle with his self-worth. He struggles to realize himself, but Gon sees past that. Yeah. We'll definitely talk about that a little bit more later on. But yeah, definitely gotcha. Sounds good, Grima. Thanks for stopping by for a little bit. Thank you. Oh, stabbing Ilmi? I gotcha. But then we have someone watching. We have someone watching here. Netero, who's a bit bored and a bit childish and immature himself, right? Netero likes to play with his food a bit. He can be a little childish a bit. So he takes the opportunity here to play around. I guess you could say. And he introduces this ball game for Gon and Killua. And this ball game is so important. I love it. First of all, what we learn eventually is that, you can attack me any way you like. What'd you say? How did you get the dark background on Crunchyroll? I much prefer it over the white one. Oh, I don't know. It's in the settings or something, JT. I'm not sure. It's in the settings somewhere. Glad you enjoy it, Quicksilver. I think the Killua one is one of the ones I'm most proud of. But yeah, so Netero says, feel free to attack me however you'd like, but as Killua realizes later on, Netero refused to use his, what was it? Left leg, right hand? Which is interesting. Interesting. I love how this whole bit with Killua wanting to be freed from his family is kind of played low-key in this episode, but then it's swept under the surface for the remainder of the arc until Togashi decides to sweep the rug from under our feet, like he was saying, you didn't forget about this whole huge plot point, did you? Yeah, that's what I love so much about Hunter x Hunter. You know, plot points, characters, elements of the setting, they come and go as it seems natural, but they always, sometimes they don't have a role, sometimes they do, but when they do have a role, they come in at the most opportune times in a way that nonetheless feels natural. You know, they don't have to keep reminding us about these sorts of things. They just need to plant the seed. And that's all. That's all you need. And with Killua in particular, and the context of the Hunter exam, it is so necessary. But yeah, so they're free to attack him in any way they want. Killua uses his rhythm step. Kind of cute from Gon. Seeing I see lots of Killuas. An assassin technique that he picked up from his dad and or Ilumi, no doubt. Netero is really such an interesting character to have as the representation of hunters. He's at the top of hunter society, and yet he's so childish and whimsical. Makes him entertaining in the beginning, but clues into his character later on in hunter society in general. How someone who is supposed to be the paragon of hunters acts in such a way. Yeah, it's interesting that like you say, the paragon, the person you describe as the paragon of hunters, would go about life in general, would go about interactions, would be kind of immature, kind of trolly, you know, have this kind of desire to win, no matter what. Yeah, it's interesting, and indirectly characterizes the hunter exam as a whole in the world of hunters through his characterization, and it's really effective. But yeah, like Antagonist says here, even against kids, yep, even against kids. Like Antagonist says here, the difference in reaction when Netero flexed on them in the hallway. Gon is like, I wonder what's that, and Killua is like, instant kill mode activate. Also, I actually thought you were talking about something different. Also, when we go in this later on, Killua kicks him, which is really funny. Love the face. He nearly broke his ankle. Yeah, oh yeah, I've always thought that he recognized their potential and wanted to test it as well. For his own selfish reasons, as we know later on. Yeah. Yeah, kind of Hisoka-esque parallels a little bit. But, so what's interesting here is that when the idea is brought forth that Netero's toying with them, right? Netero's toying with them, he's not using one of his arms and one of his legs. Someone please get rid of that comment. I'ma lava you. No spoilers for later stuff, please. Someone please, mods, please. Yeah. Yes, thank you. Yeah, sorry. You can allude to future stuff. I'ma lava you, but no explicit spoilers, please. Because there are some people watching that are watching along with this, so you can just allude to general things later on. But yeah, so what I love about this is that in facing the possibility that Netero, they'll never get the ball back. Maybe Vehement, yeah. Yeah, can someone get rid of Vehemence as well? I don't know how many mods are in chat. I don't know. I guess. Thanks for pointing that out, Vehement. When I'm streaming, I can't right away delete them, so it's tough. It's tough. It's tough for me to do it. Sorry. So, yeah. So they come up to the idea that Netero proposes, or the idea that Netero, they'll never get the ball back. They'll never get the ball back from Netero. They could try forever and never get the ball back. And so Killua looks at that idea. You know, this old man, he's never gonna let us win. And Killua refrains from it. Yeah, no worries, Safwa. No worries. No worries about it. I'm happy that you're able to do it eventually, no matter what. So in response to that, in response to the idea that they'll never get the ball from Netero, Killua shrinks. He shrinks from the challenge, and he says, "I'm done with this," and he leaves. He's done. He doesn't want this challenge anymore, and he says, "Gon, let's go. We gotta go." But yeah, exactly, Antagonist. That's what I'm getting at. Exactly. But Gon, on the other hand, looks at the challenge and goes, I'll never get the ball from him, but I can make him compromise on the limitations he's put upon himself. I can make him use his right arm or his left leg. I can make him reduce those restrictions. It's such an ingenious way of characterizing them and showing their difference. Yeah, exactly, Shadow. Such a good way of showing the difference between Gon and Killua, which shapes a lot of their character arcs. Yes, you come up to a challenge. Killua shrinks. Confrontation, he shrinks. He runs away. I'm done with this. I'm done. Let's go, Gon. Gon comes up with a challenge. Okay, I can't achieve this, but what are some minor victories and stepping stones I can make to progress and get to a point where maybe one day I can do that? Very key, very important, very dynamic and flexible from Gon's perspective. He is very, he's a flexible person in that way. Thank you for the follow. As for Gon, this is interesting. Especially given the extreme Gon gets, the extremes Gon gets with his challenge, like with Hanzo. Yeah. Yeah, a precursor to that for sure. Again, makes sense why Netero specifically placed Gon higher than Killua at the end. Yes, this mentality, this ability to be flexible and dynamic in response to challenges and not shrink away, it is far from just physical potential or skill or strength. There's far more to it. So yeah, I love that. Indirect characterization, indirect storytelling through these minimalistic details, so good. And again, we get bits of Gon's flexibility as well through, in this fight, he kind of kicks off his shoe to get at Netero a little bit. Stuff like that. Gon's a flexible person. Gon is always looking forward, basically ignoring Killua there. His conviction towards a certain goal here is something he ends up putting above Killua subconsciously. Interesting. How could Killua ever become as good as he is if he is afraid of challenge? Wouldn't it be more of why waste my time and energy? No. So by challenge, the challenge is something that is definitely stronger than him. That's what he shrinks away from. Challenge, so like he comes here because he wants a challenge. Like it's an interesting semi-contradiction in Killua's, it's a bit of a hypocrisy, or if you could call it that, in Killua's mentality. Because like he says here, I came here for a challenge, but it's boring. The Hunter exam's too easy. But when he gets faced with challenges that go above and beyond and that he thinks he will fail, he shrinks away. It's interesting. Killua wants a very specific type of challenge, something that challenges him, but that he can definitely win. He definitely knows he can win. Gon making his own rules and wanting to take a different approach to every situation is a vital part of his character? Yes, absolutely. Hey, Sebastian. How are you? We're looking at episode 7. Gon versus Hanzo is my highlight of the entire arc. Can't wait to get in depth into it next stream. Me too. If someone says there's 2 ways to look at a certain thing, Gon will look for a third way immediately. Yeah. Netero is presented in a way. Thank you for the follow, Kaicho. Love the name. Netero presented them with a way of foregoing the rest of the exam, and when it comes clear to Killua that the goal isn't conceivable, he resigns, but Gon just changes the goalpost. He doesn't let the opportunity get past his way to train and progress. He realizes that pursuing his original goal of getting the ball, I guess you mean, is futile. But that doesn't make this whole experience a waste, or at least he won't let it become a waste. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm talking about with regards to this specific exam, Shadow. Obviously, I can't. Is there a way to describe it in a way that works only for this exam, only for the exam? Let me think. Because he's not afraid of challenge. He shrinks in the face of something he perceives as stronger than him or insurmountable. He runs away. Anyway, yeah. So we're getting near the end, Sebastian, by the way. Like, this is the last episode we're going to talk about. I might quickly go over some antagonists just to round out the list before the last antagonist stream. But we're getting towards the end, so you might want to see the VOD. But yeah, so here, yeah. So all that happens that we were talking about. Oops. And I love this. I love this little shot. I get the sentiment, though, as someone with anxiety, I resonate with yearning for a challenge, and that you can overcome, yet cowering anyway whenever it shows up. Yeah, it's very true to life. Yeah, we'll get it. We'll get more into the complexities of Killua's character later on, obviously. But yeah, love this little shot. And then Killua is so frustrated by this. Yeah, exactly, Osmostus. So Killua's super frustrated by this. He is, eyeshadowed over. That feeling of inferiority that was kind of alluded to early on kind of rears itself a little bit here. Like, deep frustration at not being able to do this, not being able to rise to these challenges of Netero, not being shown that he is, in his eyes, inadequate or just not strong enough in some ways, and running away in response to that. And he needs to let loose. And so we see that despite him saying that, I don't want to be an assassin, that isn't me, this is ingrained in him a little bit. It's how he lets loose a little bit, and he kind of has to do it to let off this steam, which is sad because it's established earlier on in the episode this isn't him, and yet it is right now a part of him. This isn't his nature, and yet at the moment it is a part of him to let off frustration. He can't fully separate himself from it. Yes, exactly. Man, every scene in this episode is so good. And then, oh man, I just noticed a visual parallel. Holy shit, this is so cool. Okay, so this is what happens with Gon facing Netero, right? Gon facing Netero, continuously being shown that he can't do it, right? Or continuously being brushed back, I guess you could say. This is Gon being pushed back. This is him experiencing a constant quote unquote failure. This is the visual, right? Oh, this is so cool. Then look at this. As we know, that's a scene of him versus Hanzo. Very cool. That is so cool. Constant battle with his genuine nature and what his nurture has taught and built up him upon. Yeah. Gon always wanted to find out why being a hunter was the greatest thing ever since his dad left him for that lifestyle. Playing ball with the paragon of hunters is probably the greatest opportunity to understand his dad also. Yeah, I mean, he's going to naturally want to be close with someone who's such, like you say, a paragon of hunters. So yeah, that is also probably an indirect motivation as well, being exposed to that. It's pretty fucked up the way that Illumi uses this to gaslight him into thinking that he does enjoy killing. When it's not that, it's just the only way he knows how to cope with feeling inadequate. Yes, and how messed up is that? The only way he knows how to cope with feeling inadequate is doing something that repulses him. That he doesn't... It is... God, what a tragic character. Yeah, it's like Hanzo's fight, exactly. It was definitely about him letting out frustrations and going back to something he knows he was capable of. Yeah. He also doesn't want to separate himself from it. He always has a smile whenever he lets off steam or attacks or intimidates someone. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know if I would say that the smile indicates that it means that he doesn't want to separate himself from the assassin lifestyle. But it does show that the impact that it's had on him, and shows that his view of these tendencies, they don't only bring up negative feelings within him, which must also cause him pain as well. But yeah, I thought that was really cool. But yeah, and then Gon gets his little victory. He gets Netero to use his right hand. Oh yeah, Killua thinking that he would have killed Netero, that's super funny. It's like, there are levels to this, my dude. There are levels to this. It's only natural. He has an identity crisis, and even though he despised it, it's the only identity he has had throughout his life. So whenever he feels insecure, he lapses back to it. Yeah. And I don't think, like going back to that point earlier on, I don't think that indicates that he doesn't want to separate himself from it. I think it indicates an enjoyment he has from it. Again, that identity crisis, the way he latches onto it, the way he falls back on it. And I think he doesn't like that he enjoys this part of it, is how I interpret it personally. He gains short-term satisfaction from the act, but inside he's in pain. Yeah. Yeah, we're on episode 7, Joshua, just finishing up talking about it. What do you think Netero's intention with this was? JT, like everyone who's watching, every Wednesday. Every Hunter x Hunter streams are every Wednesday, and please, you can take a look at the schedule. It'll tell you everything you need to know about weekly schedules. But yeah, JT, every Wednesday. Thank you for tuning in and participating. Really appreciate it, and thank you for your insight. I hope you enjoyed. What do you think was Netero's intention with this? Like I mentioned earlier, generally he saw, like Shadow said, he saw potential in Gon and Killua, a precursor to some character work for Netero later on. To size them up. Also to just entertain himself. Also because he just has fun with these sorts of things. He has fun winning. By leveling up the amount of difficulty to make the win feel gratifying, you know? A mixture of all that. But yeah, next Wednesday to answer that question again, JT. Okay, yeah, and then... So yeah, he gets his little victory. Good for him. And then the exam continues. Whoops. To the third phase. And Netero's just a troll also. True. And the exam continues to the third phase, which we will begin talking about next week. Oh yeah, and Netero slowed down the airship to allow for Gon to sleep, which is pretty big, you know? A bit of a soft side to him. From the Hunter exam arc, we get that Netero can be pretty damn cutthroat, so him slowing the airship down to help Gon to sleep more is not a insignificant thing, you know? Yeah, like Shadow's just saying there. Oops, sorry about the mic. It's a neat little touch, shows that even though he has a lot of questionable morals, Netero is still mostly good. That softer side, right? Similar to Hisoka in that way. Hisoka is basically a representation of the dark side of the Hunter Society at this point, and yet there's parallels between him and Netero. Also, like Killua mentioned earlier on, Hisoka maybe sees a kinship with Gon, which is scary. Scary if he's accurate in thinking that. Sorry, yeah, I meant Kurapika. Yeah, Gon earned Netero's respect for sure. But yeah, I think that's where we'll cut today off. 7 episodes. I do think that we can... My goal for the next stream is to finish the Hunter exam. It's a bit of a lofty goal because, I mean, in 3.5 hours we did 7 episodes, but we did talk about the arc as a whole. We did some general Hunter x Hunter stuff. With yeah, so I do have the goal of finishing the Hunter's exam arc in the next stream. Uh, 13 episodes, I think we can do it. But obviously, I'm not going to try to rush. If we just can't, I'm not going to try to rush through it. I know of someone who also gained his respect, but he wasn't kind to them. Yeah. But yeah, so we'll have 13 episodes to discuss next time. Yeah, lots of setup. So yeah, next time will be part 2 of the Hunter exam. And yeah, for people wondering, this will go up on YouTube. This whole VOD. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys for your discussion. I think I will do a bit of an antagonist list. Just because we still have we still have a decent amount of viewers, so we'll do bits of the antagonist list and then end the stream. No. I don't think so. Knowing how this stream went, Sarah, I really doubt it. But I mean, we'll see. Oh no. So hold on. Let me just readjust here. Yeah, there might be a couple of bets. Yeah, glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you again. No, sounds good, Blaze Rage. No worries. So I think I'll just do a few of these. One Piece chapter next time. Sunday, yeah. Sunday I'll do reaction to Kaguya-sama, Spy Family, and maybe the One Piece chapter. Sounds good, Joshua. Okay, so last time we did Gontaro Dim, and the Joker from Dark Knight. I need my gloves, actually. So we'll just do a couple. We'll do a few more, just to get to a point where I can comfortably say I can do one whole stream of antagonists and just finish it. Okay, so we had Gontaro Dim from Witcher 3 Hearts of Stone, and the Joker. I need to fix the title here. Okay. See ya, Shadow. Thank you for contributing. Hope to see you next week. Same time as always. Okay, so yeah, Gontaro Dim. I don't know if I talked about him a lot last time, but, you know, what I love is the foreshadowing associated with Gontaro Dim. Really well done. If you've played the game, you know exactly what I mean. Just the aura and myth around him, and how children literally sing his name in the streets in the DLC in which he is the primary antagonist. That is just so cool. That is just awesome. There's this aura around him that's just like, he is so clearly above it all. He is so clearly otherworldly, supernatural. Like, he is on another plane to anything else. To like 99% of things that we've seen. It allows him to feel like a natural part of the whole game rather than just the expansion. Exactly. There's lots of ambiguity to him as well, like the exact nature of what he is. But what is clear is that he can do an immense amount of things. He can manipulate time, manipulate all sorts of things. Thank you, Baka. Thank you, I started saying your Twitch name. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, Sarah. Thank you so much. Do those go to the Zoldyck one as well? If so, let me know. I'll add them afterwards. Thank you so much. I appreciate it so much, Sarah. Thank you. Hey, Big Flex, how are you? Zoldyck, okay. Also, I didn't mention it, but I added one more video goal, which is a short video on Osamu Miya from Haikyuu. It would be pretty short, but I do have something I want to talk to him about him with. So yeah, that would be cool. Change it to Osamu? Okay, yeah, no problem. I'll put that in Osamu. How long is the Fata Morgana video due? Can you rephrase that, Jotaro? I'm not sure what you're asking. Okay, so those will go to Osamu instead of Zoldyck. Okay, so yeah, the aura, like the aura around Gontaro Dim is so palpable, and a lot of that is built up through the general tone of Hearts of Stone. Again, like the singing of the kids on the street. When will it come out? It hasn't even been funded yet, Jotaro, so it can't come out anytime soon. It hasn't been funded. It's at 66%. What ending did you get? I think the traditional one, like the quote-unquote good ending for Hearts of Stone. The one that's good for Old Geared. When Geralt says he wants to know who Gaunter is, and he says, Geralt, no, Geralt, you don't. Yeah, that is Gontaro Dim in a nutshell. It's just supreme amount of building up a character through similar ways in which Crollo is kind of presented. These little touches that build him up. They're so good. Shakeslock, Professor Shakeslock, yeah, yup. Oh, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Gontaro Dim is pure Kino, pure 10 out of 10, amazing. I would say top 3 character in the entire game. Yeah, top 3 for sure. And then the Joker, the Dark Knight. I don't have much to say that it's he kind of speaks for himself. Heath Ledger. I love the dualism behind the unhinged nature that he portrays and the funny side. You know, Joker, one of the greatest acting performances ever, absolutely. Joker wouldn't be Joker without the genuinely funny side to him as well. And I think that's captured really well through Heath Ledger's performance. There's that edge. At any moment you feel like he could become unhinged, but also at any moment you feel like he could dial it back and become very humorous again. Yeah, I like that the initials are God. Yes, me too. The magic trick. That magic trick is so hilariously dark. The little mannerisms, the licking of the lips, you know. The ambiguity behind the actual his actual past. Like, he gives 3 different stories throughout the film of The Dark Knight of, you know how I got these scars? And they all contradict one another because there's only one way you can really, or unless they added on over time, but you know. How did he really get those scars? That's what comes to mind when all that stuff happens. Patrick Bateman or Joker? Joker for me. Muted? What? I'm not muted. You think you can steal from us and just walk away? Yeah. Yeah, his introduction's amazing. Mystic, that's on your end. I'm not muted. Yeah, thanks, guys. But yeah, so many great quotes. Hit me! And then the interrogation scene, oh my god. Oh my goodness. That is just beyond words, the interrogation scene. We're destined to do this forever. I'm paraphrasing, but you know. I'm like a dog chasing cars. He's so good. He's so good. The greatest, absolutely. Okay, so you guys want to do a bet between 28 and 27? I think that's a great one to do a bet for. I think it's a great one to do a bet for. So here's what we'll do. I'll name 29, then we'll do a bet between 28 27. I'll name 26, then we'll do a bet between 25 24, and then we'll be done. That shouldn't, I don't actually think that should take that long. Okay. So, but I have to name 29 first. Anyways, Joker is Kino. He really just speaks for himself, yeah. R.I.P., indeed. Insanely amazing. Okay, so 29. Let me get the right music for this one. I have talked about this character a lot. Again, he's another one... He's another one that I feel like I don't have much to say because I've talked to him about him so much. See ya, Slayer. Thanks for stopping by. Now... Oh man, this music. What I find funny is that all of Kita's scenes to me are therapy. They're so therapeutic. I just watch them and I feel completely at ease and relaxed. It's insane. Oh man. When this piano kicks in, oh man. Hey, know that line, some men just want to watch the world burn, is remembered a lot in this film, but I think Alfred's later line, we burn the forest down, is even more poignant and significant foreshadowing. I agree that it's great. I think I like them more or less as much as one another. I see that as a continuation of that line personally, Jotaro. The anime adaptation made me connect with him a lot more than I did while reading the manga. Yeah, the music, I think, and the voice acting and the way it all flows together does a really great job. I have some problems with the second core of Haikyuu Season 4, but this is not one of them. What do you say about this guy? I said within my Haikyuu video, the lessons Haikyuu taught me is that when I was an athlete, having someone like Kita as a senpai would have been invaluable to me for my anxiety. I was a super anxious player. And Kita is just therapy in personified. He's so wise, and the ways in which he lives his life can be attributed to all manners of life, all walks of life, all any sort of challenge, not just sport, but anything that you may be dreading or nervous about. You take his philosophy into heart, and it will no doubt benefit you. But then he has this deeply emotional side. He's not just a wise hermit with nothing else to him. He has this deeply emotional side as well. Through him receiving the jersey and completely bawling his eyes out. Yeah. One of the adaptation decisions to make the ball reflecting in his eye of the final point, that was genius. Like Exotic says there, so good. Him crying after getting the jersey, oh my god. Because it's like, it's that human element, and it all comes back to this. Like, there's a reason, you know. Like he says, I might not just be doing this for the rest of my life. This isn't my career. But you wouldn't be doing this if it didn't mean a great deal to you. And seeing the results of the fruits of your labor come to the fore in this way, being able to share the court with these people you care so much for, who he had been helping for 2 years prior to that, means so much. When's the next stream of the Antagonist list again? I'm not sure, Zenon. I'm not sure. I'll have to fit it in somewhere. Sunday's going to be reactions to One Piece, Kaguya-sama, and Spy Family. Monday will be Ace Attorney. We'll see. B-Man, how are you? Doesn't sound like an antag. He's a gray area, but he's an opposition player, so it's easy to fit him into the antag slot. But yeah, whenever we do it, it'll be one stream dedicated to finishing the Antagonist list. We'll see where we can fit it in. I am built upon the small things I do every day, and the results are no more than a byproduct of that. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. That's it, right? And his monster speech too. Like I made a whole video about this. I won't rag on about it, but his monster speech completely flips the idea of what it means to be a monster, to be special in the sport. It flips our perception of Oikawa's character. It's a turning point in the series. It's so poetic and so beautiful and artful. He gives us such a warm feeling while serving such an important role in the story. Exactly. What it means to be a monster, the joy of playing on the same court as his monsters. Perseverance and hard work and the enjoyment in the journey above all. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes, oh yes, the great God NL. I guess you don't follow me on Twitter. I was tweeting about it a lot. Every Monday is Ace Attorney stream. The first Ace Attorney stream was fantastic. It was so much fun. I had so much fun. But yeah, every Monday. Do you count Kenma and Bokuto as antags too? Bokuto, no. Kenma, yes. CCO. The idea of hard work versus talent definitely shifted after his introduction. Absolutely, yep. I'm glad you like the reaction, Exotic. The read receipt, yeah. But yeah, anyway, Kita is foundational to everything to Haikyuu's entire identity. And he's absolutely wonderful. Yeah, no worries, Great God NL. But you can also take a look at my schedule in the schedule tab on my channel, where it'll show the full schedule of what I'm doing. I'm gonna have to add in the Antagonist stream sometime in there. We'll see. Okay, and then the bet. Okay, so you're betting between 28 and 27. Okay. Okay. Let me just double check. Okay, perfect. This is a great one. This is a great one. If I lose it all. Wakatoshi Ushijima from Haikyuu or Pariston Hill from Hunter x Hunter. Now you are betting for number 28, not number 27, again. How's it going, Husam? Why do you always do this to me? I had to. Husam is one of the premier Ushijima fans. So nice to have him here for this. Okay, prediction. So, which is number 28? Ushijima or Pariston? Okay, you got a minute. There we go. No, he's not Davinator. Have you been asking that before? Someone else has been asking about Baldur. Baldur's good. Baldur's very good, but not a personal favorite. I am, Husam. Thank you. Is Rhaegar an antagonist for you? No. No, he's not. Otherwise, he would be here. He would be on this list for sure. Okay, get the bets in, get the bets in. Let's see if you are right, Spirit Noodle. Okay, so what we got so far... Well, actually, I have to wait for it to be finished. I chose randomly? Oh, no. Okay, so 66% think that Ushijima is number 28, and 34% think Pariston is number 28. The 66% are correct. Okay, so yeah, Wakatoshi Ushijima, number 20... No. We are not doing all 30 antags. I've already been streaming for almost 4 hours. There's no way. But we're going to end at 24. We're going to end after the bet between 25 and 24, and then the antagonist stream will be the top 23 to 25, essentially. Okay, perfect. So congrats to those who won, commiserations to those who didn't. So Pariston Hill, sorry, Ushijima, there's just a lot of joy comes from Haikyuu in seeing people that are generally very professional, very straightforward, who are great sports. You know, we don't need everyone to be straight-laced and professional and great athletes in every sense of the word, but not everyone is, and that's why Ushijima works in a lot of ways through how he contrasts everyone. You know, around him we have Tendo, we have Goshiki, we have Hinata and Kageyama doing their thing, we have people like Atsumu Oikawa, deeply flawed in a lot of ways, exuberant characters that go one direction or another. Ushijima is just very simple. How's it going, Melia? Very simple, a great professional, and just a very respectable person, and he is just a fearsome antagonist, just almost physically, you know? Just gotta turn down the music a little bit. Almost just physically. He is the embodiment of essentially Washijo's ideals of what that insurmountable wall is. He is power. He is power incarnate. And yeah, like Sebastian says there, that results from a very human core, human crux, from his dad protecting his gift, his left-handedness. That is the core of it, and he is very aware of how lucky he is, and he is not going to let that go to waste, and continuously strives forward to keep on raising his ceiling and keep on putting higher boundaries for himself. Yeah, the ultimatum of what it means to be a competitor. Completely steadfast, and yeah, the emotional moments are so core to it. Yeah, his relationship with his dad is amazing. I totally agree, Sarah. He's intimidating, and really nice, just not talkative. Yeah, yep. Sarah, I think someone already posted it, to be honest. But yeah, he's such a volleyball idiot. There's that moment where one of my favorite moments in the entire Shira Torizawa match is during the final point where everything is going off, and then you just see him, and he's exhausted. He is dead on his feet, but nonetheless, you see this aura emanating off of him. And then, what's his setter's name? Shirabu. And then before that, he screams at Shirabu. But then here, again, he's just like, ugh, and you see this aura coming off of him. And Shirabu just goes, there's no time to hesitate. Gotta give it to the ace. He is the ultimate ace. He is so, like Hinata says, he's so goddamn cool. He's a force of nature sort of character in a way. He's the embodiment of Washijo's contrasting or reaction formation ideals and how they manifest in his team. He is an ideal and a symbol in a lot of ways, but he's still very human at the same time, very likable at the same time. He's just great. He's genuine and straightforward, exactly, yeah. Such a likable demeanor. If it was thank you for predicting my gift, Dad, Sarah, then I think Sebastian said it. I'm not sure. Someone said it. No. No, that's okay. That's fine. Quotes like that are... No, that wasn't that was okay. That was okay. Oh, okay, the thing he said to Sakusa. Just quotes like that out of context are totally fine in my book. Don't worry. Don't worry. As long as you don't say, X wins later on. X becomes this. This is their profession, or whatever. You know. That was totally fine, Sebastian. But yeah, Ushijima, fantastic. And then Pariston Hill. Pariston Hill, the art of the troll, as I titled my video. Pariston is so... I think the anime does a great amount with him through his presentation. The voice acting's fantastic. Also, sorry, Vehement gave me a hydrate. I don't think I listened. They're high schoolers, true. True. He does so much with portraying him and Leorio through opposing sides, portray so much of what Togashi wants to portray through about politics, how a lot of them are a sham, the whole process, you know. I find that very effective. I find the whole way in which he makes a farce of all of it to be, you know, very clearly indicative of Togashi's thoughts on the subject. But then just the characterization is so intoxicating, so devilishly, darkly charming in a way. And sadistic. He is so great. I'm quite proud of my video on Pariston, so you might want to check that out, Melia. Let's see if I can link it here. Here's a link to my Pariston video. In case anyone's interested and hasn't seen it. But yeah, he's used in such moderation, but nonetheless so powerfully comes across. The aura of his is so menacing. Like, I'm using the dual nature of that meaning on purpose, because he has an aura about him, and the aura also indicates, his Nen aura, you know, aura indicates the type of person he is. It is, like, devilishly sweet in that way. Yeah, that presence, yeah. Presented incredibly well, keeps you guessing, overwhelming presence to him, despite being him presented in politics and mental battles. Very menacing and dark. He's terrifying. The Virgin Paris Hilton versus Pariston Hill. Your video of him made me love him all the more. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, and then... like, the little back and forth with him and Ging is to die for. It's absolutely to die for. Their dynamic is one of the best in Hunter x Hunter. In a series with so many great dynamics, it is right up there. Pariston and Ging, oh my goodness. Through the Armstrong family for generations. Anyway, he's so good. And he's voiced by Hisoka from, the voice actor for Hisoka from the 99 adaptation, which is cool. Truly a rat. Yeah, a great example of Schadenfreude, power dynamics, lording over people and getting pleasure and gratification from their pain, and no matter how that may come about. And almost like Hisoka in a way, in terms of the unpredictability of the way in which his goals manifest. That keeps you guessing. A great tool. Glad to hear it, Jerome. The moments that stick out to me are the sad and soft expressions he has when he sees Netero's portrait. Yeah. Those moments kind of, through the contrast, hit a lot. They hit a ton. No. Guys, I am not going down from 32. Oh, sorry. So I misread Melia's question. So Melia, we're counting down from 100 to 30. Sorry, 100 to 1. We're now in the top 30. If anyone's interested in the rest of the 100, you can look at previous VODs, but like, yeah. We've done 100. So, goes all the way up. But just so you guys are, so in case anyone's wondering, I am not going to go down to all the way to number 1 today, just to about 24. Yeah, just to 24. And we'll do the rest in one big stream. Yeah, what does he do with people he likes? What does he do with people he likes? He's so good. He's so good. He's great. I'm so glad he exists. He's one of the best adapted characters, no doubt. Okay. And then, yeah, so Melia, for the rest of the list, it'll be a future stream. Okay. And then we have a fantastic, phenomenal character. Phenomenal character here. Do you have any thoughts on politics? Yeah. Many. That's a very broad question, though. But yeah, I do. I do. Okay, so number 26. This is a spoiler for the first season of Better Call Saul. Okay? This certain characters through their sheer identity are spoilers. If you've seen it, you know who it is, right? I'm not. No, you don't have to dip, Safwa. I won't name them. I won't name them. But in the final list, the name will be there. So just don't look at the final list, okay? So yeah, no, guys, don't head out. I won't talk about them much. No, I won't talk about them. I'll just say very general feelings. But here, Better Call Saul. If you've seen it, you know. Antagonist. So you guys know how I feel about characters in that the song's repeating. In that it, like I said earlier, 99.9% of characters I don't dislike. If they're well written, I don't dislike them. I don't hate them. Whereas people, there could be a dislikable or unlikable character. They might hate them. I don't. If they're a good character, I love them. Like, I love Griffith. I've never once hated Griffith. I've loved what he's given to the story. I've looked at his acts and said, that's a horrible thing to do. That's an evil thing to do. I hate that this is happening, I guess, in the story, but it's all contributory to the story. So in that way, I love heinous people villains who do heinous things, or antagonists who do heinous things. Yeah, untime him out, please. From which season? You've seen it then, Diego. This is by season 2. You know who this antagonist is. So what I'm trying to say is that this antagonist, I hated. My gut instinct was hate for this one, and that says a lot for me. Yeah. I was hating on this antagonist for a little bit. Now that's gone away. I don't hate them now. But initially, oh goodness gracious. Yeah, I initially hated them a lot. So yeah, in terms of the ranking, he would be, I think I have him as 7th or 8th, something like that, for Better Call Saul and Breaking Bad overall, something like that, Sebastian. But yeah, I won't dwell on him, but you know who it is. If you know, you know. And then let us end the stream with the last bet between 25 and 24, okay? He's fantastically written, yeah. The more you learn about him, Husam, the more it's like the more the gaps are filled in and the nuance. Okay. Let me just double check who this is gonna be. Okay. I heard Killua saying Baka. What was that for? Oh, thank you, Critty. Thank you for the raid, Critty. For anyone who's in, thank you, welcome. I'm ranking my top 30 antagonists at the moment. Now that could potentially contain spoilers, so just be aware of that. Yeah, we're about to end in a few minutes. We're about to end in like 5 minutes, but thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Critty, for the raid. Okay, so we're now doing a bet between who is 25 and 24. So you see Griffith from Berserk and Johan from Monster need to be at the top. That is in order, by the way. No? No? That is what I say to that. This. Okay, number 25 and 24. You guys ready? Critty, I don't know if you're in chat, but I'd be curious about what you pick for this one. Because you always, you guess them right 98% of the time. Okay, so we're doing the bet, all right? You guys are betting for which one I like slightly less than the other? Last bet of today. Which is number 25? Again, this is Gilgamesh just from Fate Zero. I do not like him nearly as much in the visual novel, or the sequels. So just Fate Zero. And Reiner. Okay. If I get this wrong, with this one wrong, I ain't coming back, no way. Judging by the nature of the list, I assume you made up your mind on who was your favorite character between Crollo, Shiapoof, and Meadowimp. I have, yeah. I have. It was very tough. It is heartbreaking, to be honest, but I had to do it. Pedro Lito, how are you? Thanks for stopping in right at the end. I must go all in? Oh no. Oh no. Interesting. Interesting that people say, some say it's hard, some say it's easy. I think this one's easier than the Ushijima Parison one I did. But I don't think it's super easy. Still got a minute left. Reiner would have been top 10 till that letter sniff. No. Just well, Dave Nader's joking, but just to clarify, the letter sniff doesn't move him down. It doesn't move him down. I placed my bet. Very cool. Cool. We got like 30 something seconds left. Any bet with a Hunter x Hunter character is an easy one. What if it's 2 Hunter x Hunter characters? I'm going to have an emotional farewell with my channel points if I'm wrong. Critty, what did you play today, by the way? If it's Majora's Mask, I have another damn VOD to watch. Okay, last few seconds. Oh, just chatting, okay. I misread the poll, wanted to vote the other way around. Oh, no. Oh, okay, I got you, Critty. So you were gassing up Kaguya-sama then? You're gassing up Kaguya-sama? I like it. Okay. Yeah, guys, I tell you guys beforehand, you gotta vote for the lower one. The one I like less. Sorry, I said number 25. That's what the question is. Sorry. But I mean, hey, maybe you're gonna be right. Okay, the correct answer is... The correct answer is... Gilgamesh is 25. And Mr. Reiner Braun is number 24. I don't know the split on this. This was very split. Damn, 56% said Gilgamesh, 44% said Reiner. 56 of you were right. That's great. I love when the splits are like that. Oh, Critty lost. No. Oh, no. Damn. Good, that was a hard one then. I'm glad. Yeah, that's 25 and 24. I didn't think you had Kirei above Gilgamesh, but based either way. Who says I do? Even I would have put Gilgamesh above Reiner, and I gave you the... Oh, you have Gilgamesh above Reiner, huh? He's so good, huh? Oh, now I'm second guessing. No, this is true. This is right. It's very close, but Reiner's slightly ahead of him for the emotional connection. Gilgamesh, just by his nature, is not an emotional character. Which is, I think, what puts Reiner a little bit ahead of him for me. But he's just so cool. Gilgamesh is just so awesome. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so to answer your question, Sebastian, or your inquiry, I guess. How'd you lose, Critty? I thought you'd put Gilgamesh. You have too much sympathy in you. Yeah. To answer your question, Sebastian, with Kirei, I am counting the visual novels as well. With Gilgamesh, I did not. 23 spots left, yep. Exciting. So, I don't know exactly when the next Antagonist stream will be, but we will be doing all of it in that one. I might have to postpone a reactions, or I don't know. I might have to add in one extra day during one time during the week or something, like on a Friday or something. I don't know how, because my schedule doesn't allow for it. Sunday I'm doing reactions. This list is just like my title says, King Kira. My top 30, or my top 100 antagonists. We're doing 30 today. Okay. So yeah, that's about it for today, guys. Thank you all for joining me in the Hunter x Hunter talk. Thank you all for joining me for the little bit towards the end with the list. Tons of fun. Postpone Ace Attorney? I do not want to. I do not want to do that at all, Sarah. I'm having too much fun. Too much momentum. I might just add in an extra day somewhere. Can you scroll through the previous entries before ending stream? Yeah, one second. So here. Here, I'll scroll through them. Oh no, I did the wrong thing. So here we are. These are unbolded. Sorry, one sec. So this is the list so far, for anyone who's curious. Oh crap, I gotta white out the spoiler. The Better Call Saul spoiler. So let me just white that out really quick. Okay, there we go. So this is the full list in entirety. I will scroll through it very slowly. So these are the honorable mentions. Objection, Ace Attorney is too good to stay on hold. Yo, yeah, Critty, the Elden Ring brain rot is real. I cannot lie. So yeah, these are the honorable mentions. We'll just stay here for a little bit. Will the extra streaming day be this week or another week? I don't know. I'm not sure. Keep tabs on my Twitter, guys, because I will make announcements for that. For the there we go. I will make announcements for it on Twitter, and I'll change the schedule as soon as I know. But the next stream will be Sunday. I'm too busy otherwise. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. There's a possibility for Friday. But if it's not Friday, then it'll be after this. It's tied for Bloodborne in your games, right? Yes, it is. Okay, so this is that. Isn't Friday a holiday? Oh, it is for me, yeah. So I could do potentially Friday. I'm glad someone's glad to see Count Bleck, because no one knew who he was. See ya, Spada. See ya, Time Lord. Yeah, so okay guys, so stay tuned on my Twitter. I'm thinking about doing the antagonist list Friday. Just going through all of them Friday, but we'll see. We'll see. So these are next on the list. Then this is after that. Is still live. Not much longer, Dragon Knight, but yes. Man, we've been doing longer streams lately. So yeah, there's these. Then here. Bondroid is great. Bondroid's awesome. Okay, up to 63. And then here we go. Just continuing. Ace Attorney and Hunter x Hunter require a minimum of 4 hours. They did this week. We'll see about future weeks. It's good you're getting comfortable with streaming. Oh yeah, streaming I got comfortable with very quickly. You guys make it very easy. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'm getting a bit more endurance, so I'm able to do longer streams now, so that's cool. Would you consider Sakusa an antagonist? No. No. But I like him a lot. Which is funny, because he's just about... He's in my rankings, he'd be around 25 to 30, and I still like him a ton. So yeah, that was there, and then continuing. Critty, I don't know if you're still here, but look at number 34. Did you consider the culprit from Persona 4 for this list? No. No, I didn't. But he's a good character, for sure. Look at number 34, is what I said, Critty. Hehe. Because all high-Q characters are great. Top 50 is nothing. Those are still 10 out of 10 characters. Yes, Asriel, the king. Hey, Fiji. How are you? Illumi an antagonist? Oh yeah, Illumi is absolutely an antagonist for me. Like, look at it. Look, him and Killua? Absolutely. And then we're getting to the end. So... I am Fiji, thank you. We're literally about to end, but it was a great stream. And then, so number 26, I just whited out because the identity there is a bit of a spoiler for anyone who hasn't seen Better Call Saul. But you know if you've seen Better Call Saul, you know. Reiner's a spoiler for like the Clash of the Titans arc. That's fair game. That's fair game, easily. And yeah, that's it. That's it. Second favorite character from Better Call Saul? Jimmy first, or no? I'm assuming you're considering Crollo individually and then not as part of the Phantom Troop there? Yes. That in itself, like I was talking about this when I listed him, that in itself is a bit wishy-washy, it's a bit flimsy, because, you know, Crollo and the Troop, where do you draw the line? But basically, the Troop as an entity and all the characters minus Crollo Hisoka are what I consider in number 32 there. Jimmy first for sure, yeah. I'm guessing Griffith isn't on the list because he's higher. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, so this is where we're at. We've done up to number 23. This is where we're at. So thank you guys for joining me again for the Hunter x Hunter, for the Antag. I enjoyed it. Thank you, Critty, for the raid. Thanks everyone who stopped in, whether it be right in the beginning or right near the end. Yeah, Pakunoda would be the highest one, Juno Art, but yeah, I think she's so integratively tied with the Troop that it was basically a no-brainer for me. Sounds good. Thank you guys. So let's see. Let's raid someone. Let's raid someone. Who we got? Oh. And thank you for the subs as well today. That was incredibly generous. Davinator dropped a ton, like an insane amount. Sarah, everyone, even the individual ones, thank you so much for all the support. Really appreciate it. Let's raid Louisiana, shall we? Just so you guys know, she is very deep into Persona 5 Royal. So if you don't want to see late game Persona 5 Royal, do not watch. Beware of that. But we're about to raid her. Okay. Many thanks, guys, again. And again, I may do the Antagonist stream on Friday. Just stay tuned for updates on that. We'll see. But have a great rest of the day. Many thanks again.
Lover? Alexander? Himself? Tonpa #1 fan? Must be. Thank you so much for the raid. Hi Antagonist, how's it going? How we doing? Welcome on in, raiders. I hope you had fun with all of the Hunter x Hunter your hearts could take. I hope you thought the bestest of thoughts about Gon and Killua and Hisoka, well maybe not Hisoka. And Leorio and Karapika and Satots and Netero, all of them.